Good morning, everyone. May I request that all the resource persons take their seats? We will be starting the public hearing in a few minutes. Thank you.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. The joint public hearing of the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, the Committee on Peace, Unification and Reconciliation, and the Committee on Finance is called to order. The members of the committee share with the nation a collective grief brought about by the deadly incident in Mamasapano that claimed the lives of 44 members of the Special Action Force of the PNP and our Muslim brothers. Bago po tayo mag-umpisa, hihingi po ako ng ilang sandaling katahimikan upang magpasalamat at ipanalangin ang ating mga namayapang magigiting na PNP police officers. Kasama na rin po ang mga nagpapagaling ngayon ng mga nasugatan. Iniakda ni Gat Andres Bonifacio ang mga salitang ito. Aling pag-ibig ba ang hihigit kaya sa pagkadakila at pagkadalisay, gaya ng pag-ibig sa tinubuang lupa? Aling pag-ibig pa, wala na nga, wala. Kung ang bayang ito'y masasapanganib at siya ay dapat na ipagtangkilik, ang anak, asawa, magulang, kapatid, isang tawag niya'y tatalikdang pilit. Ipahandog-handog ang buong pag-ibig at hanggang may dugoy uubusing itigis. Kung sa pagtatanggol buhay ay mapatid, ito'y kapalaran at tunay na langit. Inihandog ng SAF 44 ang kanilang buhay sa pinakamataas na sakripisyo na magagawa ng isang pulis, ang mamatay sa linya ng tungkulin. Nararapat lamang na suklian natin ito ng sigasig sa paghahanap ng katotohanan sa pagdinig na ito. Ang paglabas ng katotohanan ng unang hakbang sa pagbibigay ng katarungan sa sinapit ng SAF 44. Utang nating lahat sa kanila, sa kanilang mga naulila at sa sambayanang nagdadalamhati ang pagpapalabas ng totoong naganap sa Mamasapano noong Enero 25 nang walang itinatago, walang pinipili at walang interes kung hindi ang tuparin ang tungkuling iniatas sa atin. To set facts into perspective, and as Senator Soto, Estrada, Gingona, Ejercito, and this representation identified in the 5 Senate resolutions in today's agenda, let me briefly reiterate the following. 1. On January 25, 2015, members of the Philippine National Police's Elite Special Action Force led an operation in Mamasapano, Maguindanao. The operation was said to have targeted top terrorist Zulkifli Abdhir, also known as Marwan, an alleged bomb maker who was believed to be a member of Jamia Islamiyah, and alleged BIFF commander Basit Usman. Marwan is listed in the United States FBI's most wanted terrorist list. 2. A substantial number of SAF members were involved in the operation, 392 in all, according to the PNP. 44 members of SAF died, while more than at least a dozen were injured in the day-long encounter. On the part of the Committee on Public Order, we are conducting this hearing to determine what happened, as well as to provide long-term institutional mechanisms, solutions, or even laws to avoid repetition of the same tragic, large-scale loss of lives. First, the committees need answer on command and control issues. Tactical implementation and strategic planning are equally important. One can lead to the success or failure of the other. Questions like, who ordered the operation? Who was in command during the operation? Was the operation cleared by the PNP leadership? Up to what level was the operation authorized? Who had tactical command? Where were the operational and tactical commanders during the encounter? What coordination was undertaken with friendly forces such as the AFP before and during the operations? With whom in the AFP and at what point, or even with the MILF, were coordinations undertaken? What role did foreign intelligence and operations take in the mission, if any? Second, the committees would like to raise questions about some fundamentals in combat operations and intelligence. It seems that there may have been a lack of intelligence preparations of the battlefield or IPB. While there could have been good intelligence on who the target personality was, Marwan in this case, the committee would like to be apprised of such equally important matters as the presence of who, what, where, and how many were the friendly and hostile forces in the targeted area, as well as in the areas of ingress and egress to and from the target areas. Alam natin na lahat ng isang kawal o pulis, kahit na may sapat na pagsasanay, ay sumusunod lamang sa mga utos o inuutos ng kanilang mga pinuno. Sa pagkakataong ito, maaring may sapat na intelligence kung sino ang dapat dakpin sa bisa ng warrant of arrest na kailangang ihain kay Marwan, subalit sapat din kaya ang kaalaman ng mga pinuno at ng mga pulis tungkol sa marami pang ibang bagay na gaya ng nabanggit ko? O hindi kaya ang kasalatan sa kinakailangan intel ang siyang punot dulo ng kaawa-awang pagkasawi ng ating puwersa? Dapat nating malaman ito. Isinubo ba ng kanilang mga pinuno ang mga pulis sa kanilang malagim na kamatayan? Pangatlo, gustong malaman ng komite kung sapat ang bilang at kakayahan ng puwersang sumabak sa operasyon. Assuming there was good intelligence that included the points raised earlier, why did the PNP employ only a small number of forces, only one strike unit platoon, and only one backup unit platoon? The PNP claims to have had 392 troops involved in the operation, but there was obviously no effective reinforcement employed while the firefight was ongoing. Ano po ang dahilan dito? Fourth, the training of police forces. Another compelling question that we seek answers to is this issue. Were the troops who were deployed and utilized sufficiently trained for this type of warfare and in that kind of environment and for that type of operation. The chair was informed that the operation which was undertaken was a semi-conventional rural jungle operation involving mass enemy forces. Wasn't there an evident mismatch of forces? If so, who is or are responsible for the proper assignments and proper number of assignees? Who decided which men? And how many men was the right fit for the operation? The committee also wishes to be enlightened about the equipage of forces. Were our police troops provided with the appropriate weapons and other needed equipment for such operation? Higit na mahalaga sa mga tanong at sagot sa pangyayaring ito ay ang pag-asam-asam din na malaman kung may pagtitiwala bang naiiwan sa lahat ng partidong kasama sa usaping pangkapayapaan. Halimbawa, nais ng komite na hingin sa MILF ang sinseridad nito sa pananatili sa usapin ng peace process. To show its sincerity, would the MILF be ready either to identify the perpetrators and at the very least impose appropriate and acceptable sanctions? And if the MILF is truly a partner in keeping the peace in the areas under their control, would they commit to a specific time frame to clear the area of BIFF forces together with government forces? Bago magsimula ang mga individual na katanungan or interpellations, mahalagang maintindihan natin ang buong kaganapan. Kaya para sa pagdinig ngayong araw na ito, uunahin naming tawagin ang mga sumusunod. Si Secretary Mar Roxas bilang tagapamuno ng DILG na sumasaklaw sa PNP. At pagkatapos naman niya, ang mga ibang magsasalita sa hanay ng PNP, kasama na po dyan si Director Getulio Napeñas, dating pinuno ng SAF Special Action Force na nangunguna sa insidente sa Mamasapano, at si Director General Leonardo Espina bilang pinakamataas na opisyal ng PNP sa kasalukuyan. Yung mga ibang resource persons po natin na nasa ground nung nangyari ito, katulad po ni Superintendent Raymond Train at ni PO2 Christopher Lalan, sila po ay pwede natin makausap sa hiwalay na pagkakataon para hindi po sila nandito ngayon sa ating pagdinig. Dahil na rin po sa kanilang pisikal na kalagayan at sa kanilang seguridad. Sila po ay naririto, pero maaring kausapin po namin sila ng mga senador sa hiwalay na pagkakataon. Pagkatapos po ng PNP, sa hanay po ng PNP, tatanungin din po natin si Secretary Voltaire Gasmin bilang kalihim ng Department of National Defense at pagkatapos po niya ay si General Edmundo Pangilinan na siyang head ng 6th Infantry Division ng Army sa Maguindanao. Para maayos at masusi ang pagkalap ng mga testimonya, hihilingin natin na simulan nila ang kanilang salaysay sa mga pangyayari mula nang nagkaroon ng intel na nasa Maguindanao nga si Marwan, hanggang sa kainitan ng operasyon sa mga araw ng Hunyo 24, 25 hanggang sa matapos at makalap ang ating mga namayapa at mailigtas ang mga natitira pang mga pulis. Ang mga resource persons po natin ay bigyan natin ng pagkakataon magsalita yung ating pong nabanggit at pagkatapos po nun, pwede po tayo mag-umpisa sa ating mga katanungan. For purposes of orderly discussions, the committee shall allow our resource persons appropriate time to present their statements and knowledge on the issues at hand. All resource persons are required to provide the Secretariat copies of their respective position statements. The members of the 3 Senate committees are given 5 minutes each for their questions in every round, and we shall use the order of arrival as basis for the sequence of committee members to ask their questions. For today's hearing, I would like to acknowledge all the senators present here today: Secretary Mar Roxas, Secretary Voltaire Gasmin, Secretary Laila de Lima, the representative for Secretary Ochoa, Attorney Musngi, and all our other Secretary Ging Deles, and all other resource persons here today, including those from the PNP, the AFP, and the local governments, and the members of the Peace Panel. And
Madam Chairman, Madam Chairman, if I may, before we proceed, I would just like the body to also acknowledge, although they are not resource persons, the presence of some of the family members who have come down from Cordillera to attend the hearings. They are Ms. Lourdes Salingsing, who is the aunt of PO2 Noble Kiangan of Mangkayan, Benguet. Mr. Victor Bumatnog, the uncle. Ms. Sara Bumatnog, the cousin of PO1 Russell Bilog of Baguio City. Ms. Julie Kayango, wife, and Ms. Melody Lapaan, sister-in-law of PO1 Gringo Kayango of Happy Halo, Baguio City. And the brothers, Harrison Golocan, Anselmo Golocan, Ryan Golocan of PO3 Noel Golocan from Lepanto, Mangkayan, Benguet. They are here to observe the proceedings, Madam Chairman, and they have asked for assistance from my office. They ask for nothing except justice. That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Parliamentary inquiry, Madam Chair. If you don't mind, last Wednesday we suggested that the survivors be invited. I understand that in your opening statement you mentioned something to that effect, that we will not take them first as suggested. May we know?
Yes, sir. For their security, they have shown courtesy to the Senate body by being present here today, but we may have to talk to them separately to get their statements, their sworn statements, and if ever we need to share it, we will not ask for their physical presence here in the session hall unless there are some objections from, and also for their health reasons, Senator Soto. So if there's any comments regarding this?
Madam Chair, beyond the issue of the security of the witnesses that will be called, as it is, we are on hot pursuit operations. Lives are involved of our ground operatives, including possibly innocent civilians. So it is in this light that we manifest formally in this hearing the need for utmost security as a consideration in not only the appearance of witnesses, but in the information that will be shared with the committee in a public hearing like this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. President.
I think you have properly set the parameters upon which this inquiry will be conducted, and you rightfully identified our resource persons who will make the initial presentation. This is not the first and only hearing. There will be other hearings. So may I request that we proceed in accordance with what you have suggested and hear the resource persons. All the others we can hear in a subsequent hearing so that we can have an orderly presentation. We are here to find out facts, to find out the truth. So that may I suggest to the Chair that we proceed in accordance with what the Chair has directed to be the order of the presentation, and after which we can have all the questions and we can have the other resource persons that the senators may wish to call in a subsequent hearing. But in this particular hearing, the order that was announced by the chairman, I think, is in order. Thank you, Mr.
Madam Chair, just on that point.
If I may, a last procedural point, Madam Chair, if I may. Perhaps I would like to suggest that for some of the testimony of the resource persons, that they might choose to request that they provide such testimony in executive session, both for the reasons given by Senator Honasan and for their own, I suppose, ability to be candid and speak openly. So that's as a suggestion, perhaps maybe not these witnesses that we have here, but those that will be following.
Yes, Senator Marcos, at the appropriate time, we will determine that as members of the committee. We will determine if there is reason for it to be an executive session, and if so, if there's really a threat to national security or for their person, before we can really authorize that it be allowed, that the information be withheld from the public.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
Just on that
sir.
point, Madam Chair, I had the privilege and opportunity to talk to the survivors last week when I visited them. And while it is true that some of them are still recovering and cannot come here, there were a couple who were willing to come here, but they requested that, one, their names not be released because Marwan's cells are still active and their families and their communities can be in danger. Secondly, they said that they would like to speak in front of the camera. However, their faces, if possible, will be covered so that their identity will not be discovered. And then, if there is anything that has to do with national security or operational security, they will stop. Unfortunately, for I don't know what reason or many reasons, the media got hold of the names of these survivors, and it was already in the media on Saturday, on Sunday. So may I request, Madam Chair, to avoid a miscommunication, especially with the survivors and with the families of those who fallen, who do have threats. Maybe the PNP and AFP can have a liaison with the committee all throughout this, a liaison officer all throughout these hearings to be able to advise the Secretariat which names can be released, etc. I think yung po yung sinasabi ni Senator Honasan, that sometimes the mere release of the names already endangers the family of these people, Madam Chair. No? So having said that, I leave it up to you, Madam Chair, and my office is also open because we're continuing to talk to them. And the information this morning is that they can speak out, but they're to protect their identities. Sila daw okay lang sila, but yung mga pamilya nila at yung mga classmates kasama nila sa kampo, yun ang inaalala nila, Madam Chair.
All noted. Let us begin our discussion. Perhaps Senator T.G. Kingona, as chairman of the committee, the secondary committee hearing this on peace, unification, reconciliation, would like a brief opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mga kababayan, dahil sa trahedya sa Mamasapano, nagkaroon ng malalim na lamat sa tiwalang matagal na nating binubuo na magkabilang panig sa usaping pangkapayapaan sa Mindanao. 3 punto lang ang ibig kong iparating sa lahat. Number 1, gawin natin ang lahat upang lumitaw ang katotohanan. Katotohanan lamang ang daan tungo sa katarungan para sa SAF 44 at katarungan para sa lahat. Katotohanan lamang ang magbabalik ng tiwala sa isa't isa. Kailangan ituloy natin ang usaping pangkapayapaan na nakabase sa katotohanan at katarungan. At nang sa ganon, manumbalik ang pagtitiwala sa isa't isa. Point number 2, meron nagsasabi na dapat mag-resign na si Pangulong Noynoy Aquino. Mali yan. Hindi tama ang mag-resign. Now more than ever, we need a leader that can navigate us through these difficult times. Si Pangulong Noynoy Aquino ang ama ng ating bayan at naniniwala ako na kasama natin siya at siya ay tutulong sa paghahanap ng katotohanan. Point number 3, meron dyan sumisigaw na ang kailangan na ngayon all-out war. Mali din yan. Hindi yan ang tamang landas. Alam natin lahat, lalong-lalo na mga sundalo at mga pulis, na pagdating sa digmaan, walang panalo. Ang unang mabibiktima dyan ang mga sibilyan, mga nanay, mga bata, mga pamilya. Pagdating ng digmaan, walang mananalo. Yun lang po. Magandang umaga sa lahat. Assalamualaikum. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Senator T.G. Senator Frank Drilon, Senate President.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very briefly, first of all, let me reiterate my appreciation for the Chair having set the parameters upon which this inquiry done in aid of legislation will be conducted. Last January 25, the country gained 44 new heroes. Sadly, we also lost the lives of all the 44. Since then, Madam Chair, the operation to capture Marwan and Usman had to endure public outrage and a barrage of criticism stemming from the supposed flaws in how the operation was conducted. The profuse and intense focus on the errors of the operation, perceived or real, has taken the center stage and has nearly eclipsed the bravery and heroism of our SAF commandos and what they had accomplished. Indeed, there are many questions begging for answers. The truth, no matter how painful, must come out. Lives were lost. We must find out why. But our search for the whys and the hows must not be obscured by the blinding impulse or the single-minded purpose to merely find fault or to finger point or lay the blame for blame's sake. For us to turn against each other now would be nearly as tragic as the loss of 44 lives, and that is exactly what the enemies of peace would want to happen. The hundreds of Marwans and Usmans are still out there, who are still out there and would mock us from afar. If that were to happen, our heroes would have died in vain. To those who now have the privilege of asking questions, to those who now have the responsibility of giving answers, and to the millions who deserve to know, let us in this inquiry find out what happened. Why? Could we have done things differently? Was it worth it? Lives were lost. We must find out how lives could be safeguarded and saved in future campaigns against terrorism and lawlessness. The tragedy that has befallen our 44 heroes reveals the brute force and mercilessness of terrorism. This evil cannot be underestimated, and at the culmination of this inquiry, we expect to come out stronger in our fight against those threatening to cause mayhem under the guise of advancing an ideology. Let us review our counter-terrorism protocol and security capabilities. This is a crucial time in our quest for lasting peace in Mindanao. The death of our 44 SAF commandos in the hands of the MILF and the BIFF cannot be ignored and written out. To our brothers in the MILF, I ask, be one with us in finding the truth in Mamasapano class and in giving justice to the family of those who have been slain. Let the guilty be punished. Be one with us in our fight against terrorism and lawlessness. Do not provide refuge to Usman and others of his kind. When the government goes after them, do not stand in the way. Rather, show us the way. Now more than ever, we must show to our people that we both desire peace. We already lost 44 lives. Let not peace and justice be the 45th. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Drilon. We shall now begin with the opening statement or the testimony of Secretary Mar Roxas as the head of the DILG and the PNP. Before we begin, may we ask all the resource persons to please stand up and take their oath before the body. Secretariat.
May I request all the resource persons to please stand up and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, in this investigation in aid of legislation on the Mamasapano incident? For the record, Madam Chair, all the resource persons gave their affirmative answer.
Thank you. Secretary Mar.
Madam Chair, please forgive me, colleagues, for raising this issue again. Before Secretary Roxas makes his briefing, may we put on record that the information that will be contained in his briefing reflect declassified information that will not impact on the ongoing operations. Because, let me reiterate this, Madam Chair and my distinguished colleagues, lives are involved. Any name we mention here might impact on future operations, and we will not achieve the purpose of this briefing. So, Madam Chair, may I put that on record. And as a final point, may we allow Secretary Roxas and Secretary Gasmin, those who will initially provide information, to say so if the information they will divulge as part of the briefing reflect classified information, so that we can manage this in a more secure and a better manner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Furthermore, Madam Chair, perhaps we can allow our resource persons, when asked a question that requires an answer that reveals classified information, that they say so. If you are asked a question, ladies and gentlemen, about classified information, please inform the body that the answer would require the divulgence of that you divulging classified information, and we will take note of that, and we will not publicize that classified information. With your permission, Madam Chair.
Yes, I think that we trust our representatives, resource persons enough that they should really know if it will endanger the lives or it will jeopardize a particular operation. So I don't think, well, it's good to remind them, but again, this is your prerogative to say if it's classified, but it is something that will also be ultimately determined by the body later on if it is something that should be classified. So,
Just one procedural matter. May I request our colleagues, just for an orderly presentation, and so that we all understand what is being said, that we allow our resource persons to speak without interruption. The questions can come later, just as a procedural matter.
duly noted, Senator Drilon. If there are no other manifestations, we will now begin with our presentation from the resource person of the DILG, Secretary Roxas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, co-chairs, Mr. Senate President, senators, magandang umaga po. Before I begin, may I just make sure, okay na ba? From the technician that the naka-load mo? Okay. Thank you. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Sa ngalan ng NAPOLCOM, ng PNP, ng DILG, nagpapasalamat po kami sa pagkakataon na itong humarap sa inyong komite at sa Senado, sa Sambayanan, para masabi ang aming nalalaman tungkol dito sa Mamasapano incident. Over the last 2 weeks, 44 caskets lay in state all over our country. These caskets were draped with a flag and had medals, certificates, and the beret signifying membership in the SAF on top of them. As each of these caskets were interred, these flags were reverently folded, touched to the officer's heart, and gently given to the widow and parents of the SAF policeman. Madam Chair, the SAF got their man. They did their part. We now must have to do ours. Sa kasaysayan ng isang bansa, hindi maiiwasan na may mga trabaho o misyon na mapanganib na kailangan gawin o mangyari. Sa unipormadong hanay, ito yung realidad ng kanilang pagsisilbi. Bombero, Coast Guard, sundalo, airman, Navy, police. Alam nila na pagsuot nila ng kanilang uniforme, markado na sila, unang-una. At pangalawa, yung uri ng kanilang trabaho ay mapanganib. It is our duty as a nation to make sure that whatever these missions are, na una, karapat-dapat, worthwhile. Kung mapapalagay sila sa panganib, worthwhile dapat, karapat-dapat lamang ang objective ng kanilang mission. Pangalawa, obligasyon din po natin na siguruhin na nasa sa kanila ang sapat na kakayahan at kagamitan para magawa nila itong tungkulin na ito. At pangatlo, obligasyon din natin na mapa sa kanila ang lahat ng tulong at suporta para merong reasonable chance of success ang kanilang mission. These are the three parameters that we are looking at relative to the Mamasapano events. And it is in that context that the PNP formed a board of inquiry to find out in a transparent, objective, and timely manner the events that transpired. Their work is not yet completed, but we have here Director Benji Magalong, who concurrently is also the head of the CIDG, who chairs the Board of Inquiry. He and his investigators, who are trained debriefers, who are trained in asking questions and taking testimony, undertook the painstaking work of obtaining all of the information that is available. May I turn this over, Madam Chair, to Director Magalong.
Director Benjamin Magalong, go ahead with the statement.
Thank you, ma'am. Our Senate President, Madam Chair, Honorable Senators, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am Police Director Benjamin Magalong, Director of the PNP Criminal Investigation and Detection Group. I am serving as the Chair of the Board of Inquiry, or BOI, created on orders of DILG Secretary Maro Roxas, issued on January 26 to establish the facts and circumstances surrounding the SAF operation in Mamasapano, Maguindanao, from January 24 to January 26, resulting in the death of 44 SAF troopers. I'm here to present the initial facts and circumstances of what we have established so far, based on 374 interviews, 318 sworn statements, SMS and call logs, and special reports submitted by the PNP SAF, local police, and the Armed Forces of the Philippines as of February 8, 2015. From January 26 until today, 46 investigators have spent 5,152 man-hours collecting the data which served as the basis of my presentation. The information contained in my briefing is our understanding of what happened and does not contain any prejudgment, findings, or conclusions. The targets of SAF's operation were most wanted terrorist Zulkifli Binhir, known as Marwan, and Basit Usman, a BIFF commander. Zulkifli was the primary target. He was a U.S.-trained engineer and was head of the Kumpulun Mujahideen Malaysia and a member of the Jemaah Islamiyah's Central Command. He was wanted for multiple murders and frustrated murders related to his bombing activities. He was an expert bomb maker, a trainer, and personally detonated explosives by remote control using cellular phones. Marwan conducted training sessions in various places around Mindanao. The slide shows the places where these sessions were held. He was also involved in multiple bombing incidents in Mindanao. The locations of these incidents can be seen in the slide. Marwan was the most notorious for the 2002 Bali bombing in Indonesia, which killed 202 and injured 209 people. Marwan's bombs and previous encounters with law enforcement officers resulted in the death of 46 innocent civilians and injury to 207 others in the Philippines alone. These do not include the deaths, injuries, and destruction of bombing perpetrated by students and followers. Abdul Basit Usman is a key commander in the BIFF. He is a bomb make expert who trains terrorists in assembling and planting bombs. He has multiple warrants for deaths and injuries caused by his bombing-related activities. He operates in central and southern Mindanao. Basit Usman's bombs killed a total of 17 innocent civilians and injured 62 people from 2002 to 2008. The worst incident was in General Santos City on April 21, 2002, which killed 15 people and wounded 15 more, or 55 more. Reflected in the slide were special projects against Marwan and their status. A total of 10 operations were launched. Only the last succeeded in neutralizing these international terrorists. Clearly, with their renowned notoriety and record of terror activities, clearly, Marwan and Usman are high-value and priority targets whose arrest or capture was rightfully and legitimately pursued by the state. The plan spelled out the employment of 392 SAF troopers assigned. Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, we ask for your indulgence. The computer seems to be acting up. We have sent someone to look at it.
We're just currently fixing the system so that we can continue with our presentation. Meron po ba kayong hard copy niyan? Gusto po ninyong tuloy-tuloy na lang po yung basa para masundan na lang o kailangan talaga natin makita yung PowerPoint?
Yung kabahagi ng PowerPoint para mas madaling maunawaan kung ano nangyari, yung movements at the time, we have hard copies that we have submitted to the committee, but it might not be so clear.
Okay, we'll give it a few more minutes. We will suspend session for 1 minute.
Siguro sir, may nakaapak doon sa cable. Malamang sir, siguro kasi ganun sir ang common cause sir niyan. Usually sir, pag may cable sir, alam niyo na sir, dito ang dami-dami cable. Nag-loose sir. Kailangan sir i-remove. Kailangan sir sir nag-remove sir. Kasi wala sir communication sa kanila sir. Nagse-search sir.
Humingi lang tayo ng konting pasensya sapagkat meron po talagang sequence ang presentasyon na pag lumaktaw po tayo sa susunod ay baka medyo magulo yung ating pagtanong ngayong araw na ito. Kaya hinihiling rin po ng DILG na patapusin muna yung presentasyon nila.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we are informed that it's okay already. Can we just ask the operator? Can we just test it? Slide for us. One slide forward. Sige, next. Oh, sige.
Okay.
I think it looks like it's working. Thank you.
Okay, now the session will now resume.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The plan spelled out for the employment of 392 SAF troopers assigned to 12 different operating groups for the mission. Their tasks are shown in the slide. One group was assigned as the main effort, 4 groups as support effort, My apologies, Madam Chair. We are again encountering technical difficulty.
Sir, we will give you another 5 minutes to hopefully have it fixed. Otherwise, in the interest also of being able to cover as much material as we can today, we need to proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Secretary, while we're awaiting for the presentation, the audiovisual presentation, may we request that we be supplied hard copies of your presentation
Yes, ma'am.
immediately, as soon as you can?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
I
you.
think that we submitted it to the We provided a copies as well as a USB to the Secretariat. Is that
Madam Chair.
apparently it's here. There's another set here. Please distribute to the senators.
Madam
Yes,
Chair.
Senator Binay.
Baka yung iba hong resource person will also have a PowerPoint presentation. Baka pwede ho ngayon pa lang bigyan na tayo ng hard copy, or kung kailangan pang i-photocopy, baka we can already start doing it.
Duly noted, Senator Nancy. Those that have PowerPoint presentations and actually your sworn statements should be submitted to the Secretariat.
Madam Chair, I am informed that the computers are showing an image in the computer screen, but there must the wiring. I'm not saying that it's the Senate's equipment, but the computer is showing a image. But I think that we'll try again. But anyway, Madam Chair, we are in slide 13 in the handout. This is slide 13. Thank you.
Maybe it's a question of compatibility because we normally don't have this problem in the Senate. On the other hand, we will... I'm looking at your hard copy, and a lot of the pages here cannot really be explained without the visuals. I mean, at least the maps, it will be hard to describe it with words alone.
Yes, ma'am. That's why we asked for, just to make sure that okay na ba? Can we ask the operator if he's listening to move it forward 2 or 3 slides just back and forth to see kung okay na? Okay na ba? Oh, sige. Okay. Director Magalong, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The plan spelled out for the employment of 392 SAF troopers assigned to 12 different operating groups for the mission. Their tasks are shown in the slide. One group was assigned as the main effort, 4 as support effort, 2 groups as blocking forces, and 2 groups for routes security. An advanced command post and a tactical command post were established for command and control. The area of operations was located in Mamasapano, Maguindanao. It is basically a marshland crisscrossed by rivers with wide open cornfields and irrigation canals. This is a bird's eye view of the area shown to illustrate the unfavorable terrain that SAF operatives have to contend with. Non-government forces have significant presence in the area. The map shows the general location and estimated strength of various armed groups present in the area of operation. Notably, the 105th Base Command was formerly led by Umbracato, who is now head of the BIFF. This slide shows the location of government forces in the area. The PNP's presence is limited to 5 municipal police stations located in Datu Saudi, Raja Buayan, Sharif Saidona, Sharif Agwak, and Mamasapano. The Maguindanao Police Provincial Office is also located in the area. The Army's units are dispersed in company and battalion-sized formations surrounding the area of operations. This is the area map. Reflected are waypoints used in the operational plan. The waypoints are set between the vehicular drop-off point or VDOP and the target. The 84th Special Action Company, or well known as Seabourn, was designated as the main effort of the operation. It was tasked to enter Marwan's encampment and arrest Marwan and Usman. The plan called for the deployment of the 55th, 45th, 42nd, and 41st Special Action Companies as containment forces along the entry and exit route of the Seabourn. The ACP is located at the VDOP along the Maharlika Highway, designated as the main supply route or MSR. It was guarded by the 43rd Special Action Company or 43rd SAC, which was equipped with 2 B-150 armored vehicles deployed hundreds of meters east and west of the ACP. 43rd SAC served as a containment force and route security for the MSR. The exit plan called for the support containment forces to withdraw, provide cover and security for the seaborne troops as they withdraw along the planned route. As can be seen from the comparison maps, there is a gap between the plan and the actual. Except for the seaborne unit, the other units did not reach their designated positions. The movement of the seaborne took about 2 hours longer than planned. They were delayed by the difficult terrain and the strong river current near the target. The departure of the support groups accordingly were delayed because the plan called for synchronization of their movement with that of the seaborne. Notwithstanding the foregoing, the seaborne was still able to reach its objective and neutralize Marwan. The bar graph is a schematic diagram reflecting the movement of the various operating subgroups toward their designated waypoints. The green bar shows the planned positions, while the blue bar shows the actual positions of the operating groups. The numbers on the left side of the graph shows the waypoints. Seaborne made its exit from the target area under fire, but still followed the planned route until waypoint 14. Seaborne troops were determined to reinforce 55th SAC, but because of the tremendous firepower and strength of the opposition, the TCP or the Tactical Command Post and 55th SAC advised them not to proceed with the link-up and instead move east. By this time, both Seaborne and 55th SAC were under heavy rifle and mortar fire. While moving, the Seaborne teams engaged various armed groups from all directions. For hours until late in the afternoon at around 1800, they fought their way out, dragging their killed and wounded comrades. The Seaborne went to link up with elements of 42nd SAC and the Division Reconnaissance Company of the Philippine Army at 23:30 of January 25. Meanwhile, 55th SAC engaged non-government forces from around 0520 to around 1300. 35 of its 36 members were killed in action. The actual time when the firefight ended is only an estimate based on the last radio communication from the unit to the advance command post. Meanwhile, ACP and other units on the MSR or along the MSR have been under fire since 0830. In fact, 3 tanks of the Mechanized Brigade of the Army sent to reinforce SAP were immobilized by persistent sniper fires from east of their location. The highlight of the entire operation started with a call to TCP at 0415 confirming the death of Marwan. At 0506, the SAF director sent a message to the commander of the 6th Infantry Division to inform him of the ongoing operation. SAF director then sent his deputy to the 1st Mechanized Brigade of the Armed Forces of the Philippines to ask for help and artillery support. At 0638, the Coordinating Committee on the Cessation of Hostilities, or CCCH, was informed of the ongoing encounter. SAF requested for artillery support in several occasions between 0725 to 1735. Seaborn reached its objective at 0415 of the 38 members. Of the 38 members of Seaborn, only 13 were able to cross the river and engage Marwan in a firefight. Other BIFF forces or fighters were alerted of their presence when booby traps placed around Marwan's house exploded. 2 troopers were wounded in the initial engagement. They endured several firefights along the way. Their pursuers stopped firing only after the delivery of 3 white phosphorus artillery rounds at around 1748. By the time they were rescued before midnight, 9 members of the Seaborn were killed in action, while 14 were wounded. 7 police commission officers and 37 police non-commissioned officers were killed, for a total of 44 SAF troopers killed in action. In honor of the 44 heroes and the 15 wounded, the Board of Inquiry is committed to complete its task of finding out what happened. We will give justice to our SAF heroes by seeking the truth. Magandang araw po sa inyo. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Director Magalong, sa inyong presentasyon at kinalap ninyong mga impormasyon na inabot ng ilang libong oras at ilang mga tao sa inyong hanay na gumawa ng trabaho na yan. Ang susunod naman po nating pakinggan ngayon ay ang testimonya ni ni Officer in Charge ng PNP na si Leonardo Espina.
Magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat, Madam Chair, all the senators, magandang Your Honors. If you please may, I have no presentation to make except one statement after that. As current head of your police force, I and all the 150,000 strong members of the Philippine National Police fully support the peace process, as we are first and foremost peacekeepers. However, we seek for clear answers from the other party of the peace process on the following questions. 44 of my men from the Special Action Force were killed in a brutal and merciless fashion. They were killed while performing legitimate police operations to arrest a terrorist bomber, a bomb trainer responsible for the death of scores of innocent Filipinos and who continue to be a serious threat to our peace-loving citizens. Your Honors, granting that my men failed to coordinate with the other party to enter their area for the lawful arrest of these terrorists who have a string of outstanding warrants of arrest for serious crimes to humanity, was it enough reason for, number 1, the overkill of my men? There was clearly no intent to let anyone live in the 55th SAC, or Special Action Company, as all 36 were mercilessly killed, except for 1 who was able to escape. Almost all were shot at close range, in their heads, with high-powered rifles, to see to it that they were dead. They were stripped of their uniforms, clothes, firearms, and personal belongings, and cell phones, even telling the wives of my men, patay na ang asawa mo, huwag ka nang tumawag. Secondly, Your Honors, clearly embellished in the uniforms of my men were Special Action Forces patches, therefore clearly showing that they belong to government, which the other party knows they have continuing peace talks with. Thirdly, Your Honors, after killing all my men in the 55th, they maneuvered and joined other forces in the area to kill some more of my men belonging to the Seaborne Company. This after fully realizing that the troops in there were from government. We are all for peace, Your Honors, but we condemn in the strongest terms the treatment they did to my men. We respectfully request to let them answer these questions, to let them answer for these crimes, and return all the firearms and equipment belonging to us. We, your policemen, Your Honors, wholeheartedly thank you for this inquiry so that all of us, in our collective effort to investigate, can seek justice for our fallen heroes. Maraming salamat po.
We sympathize with you, Police Director Leonardo Espina. Thank you so much for your statement. We will now, I would like to acknowledge former PNP SAF head Getulio Napeñas to please issue a statement.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chairperson, the Honorable Senator Grace po. I salute our noble and gallant warriors. To our honorable senators, the officers and men and women of both the Philippine National Police and the Armed Forces of the Philippines, and to everyone inside this session hall, as well as those who are watching the respective homes, magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. Ako po si Getulio P. Napeñas, Tubong Luna, La Union, 55 years old, married and graduate of the Philippine Military Academy, class of 1982. I have been in the government service since 1978 when I entered the military for more than 36 years now. After graduation from the PMA, I was immediately assigned in the 54th Philippine Constabulary Battalion stationed in Parang, Maguindanao. A year later, I went on to undergo the Special Action Force Ranger course, followed by the Urban Counter-Revolutionary Warfare course. While assigned with the Philippine Constabulary Regional Command 12, I handled various positions at the tactical level as Company Commander of the Regional Special Action Company, Company Commander in Iligan City, and Company Commander in Sultan Kudarat Province. I left Regional Command 12 in 1988 and was posted at the National Headquarters, then went on to join the UN mission in Cambodia until 1993. I came back in 1993 and went back again in the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao in 1995 up to 1996. I returned to National Headquarters in 1997 and joined the National Headquarters, Philippine National Police, then left again for another UN mission in 2000 up to 2001, this time in East Timor. Upon my return, I joined again the National Headquarters, Philippine National for 1 year, before I went on to another mission in Kosovo that was in 2002 to 2004. I returned from the UN mission and joined the Special Action Force for the second time in 2004 up to 2005 when I was posted as the Provincial Director of South Cotabato Police Provincial Office. From South Cotabato, in 2007, I returned to the National Headquarters, then again went back to the Special Action Force for the third time in 2008 up to 2012. 2013, I was posted in Police Regional Office 13 in Caraga, and in December of 2013, I returned back for the fourth time of the Special Action Force until the moment that I was relieved. I attended various courses, career courses of the Philippine National Police, and counter-terrorism operations training. If I may mention of these courses, integrating counter-terrorism strategies at the national level, police leaders' role in combating terrorism, senior-level crisis management, vital installation security, all were taken under the Anti-Terrorism Assistance Program of the United States State Department. I also took up the Allied Officers Intelligence course at the U.S. Army Intelligence Center School in Fort Huachuca, Arizona in 1989. I went on to undergo the strategic level leadership program at the United Kingdom Police College in London. I am a recipient of 2 master's degree and 1 level 7 executive diploma on strategic leadership under the Chartered Management Institute of the United Kingdom. And contrary to the very misleading reports, specifically the one mentioned by retired Police Chief Superintendent Rodolfo Bogie Mendoza, I am not, and I was not, and I will never be a bata to anyone. It was mentioned in that report that I am a bata of Police Director General Purisima. I was never connected to any official from both the military and the police, nor any politician or person for that matter. In fact, I have never been under Police Director General Purisima in the previous assignment, except when he was Chief PNP and I was then the Director of the Special Action Force. I can look to anyone, and I mean anyone, and tell him face to face that I worked my way up the ladder, not because of my connections, but because of my performance, perseverance, dedication, credibility, and dignity and integrity. As we all know, the main target of our operations in Mamasapano, Maguindanao, was the Malaysian terrorist Zulkifli bin Hir. It was already mentioned earlier in the briefing by Police Director Magalong, the profile of Marwan, but let me just add a few of those statements of Police Director Magalong. For the past 4 years, we had several intelligence reports that Marwan was hiding in Mindanao under the protection of Abu Sayyaf, Moro Islamic Liberation Front, and the Bangsamoro Islamic Freedom Fighters. Though as early as 2003, there were already information that Marwan was already hiding somewhere in Mindanao. Marwan was likewise wanted by the Malaysian government for the killing of a Christian member of their parliament in 2000, which was an attack that was backed by the fallen terrorist Osama bin Laden's Al-Qaeda. Marwan also had a strong connection with the deceased Abu Sayyaf group leader Gaddafi Janjalani. In fact, Marwan's wife was the former widow of Janjalani. The reports are Marwan's militant activity in Mindanao. He may have been trained up to 300 terrorists in explosives use and detonating explosives. One of his cohorts in such activity is the other target of our operation, Abdul Basit Osman. Just recently, during the Pope's visit in the Philippines, we have information that the Jamaah Islamiyah, in coordination with Marwan, had planned to construct a bomb to be detonated as the Papal convoy drove from TM Calao Street in Manila on January 18, 2015. These reports were not confirmed, neither admitted nor denied by the Philippine National Police, but the fact, however, remains that there exists this information. And just a couple of days ago, there were reports that not less than 30 of Marwan's students are roaming around central Mindanao, ready and willing, and able to create widespread fear and terror, panic to our countrymen through the use of explosives, improvised explosives device. Our dear senators and fellow countrymen, these undeniable facts and information clearly show the danger that this Malaysian terrorist Zulkifli Marwan been here poses to the public. That danger no longer exists with his death on January 25, 2015. Thanks to our new breed of 44 heroes and the other members of the Special Action Force who executed Oplan Exodus. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our honorable senators, especially the two chairpersons of the two committees of the Senate, the Committee on Dangerous Drugs and Public Order, and the Committee on Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation, and its respective chairperson, the Honorable Senator Grace Poe and the Honorable Senator Chupestu Gingguna III, for extending an invitation for me to attend the day and tomorrow's hearing in aid of legislation. I felt vindicated since the day I received the invitation from these two honorable committees at the Senate and told myself, finally, I will be given the fair opportunity in an appropriate forum to shed light as to what really transpired during our operation last January 25, 2015 in Mamasapano, Maguindanao. Ano po ang nais kong sabihin o parating? Simple lamang po. It is not unknown to everyone that the death of our brave SAF troopers, the fallen 44, resulted to overflowing love, sympathy, affection, fondness, and passion in favor. And they really deserve it. They really do. However, there is this misconception from the public saying, tila pinabayaan naming mga opisyal ang aming mga tauhan na pasukin ang lugar ng kalaban, na walang maayos na pagplano at kahandaang isinagawa bago ang nasabing pagsugod, na walang koordinasyon na nangyari sa pagitan ng mga kapulisan at ng mga sundalo, na kami ay naging pabaya at ang kapabayaang ito ang naging dahilan kung bakit 44 sa aming kasamahan sa SAF ay di nagawa pang makabalik sa kanilang mga pamilya. My dear senators and countrymen, these are far from truth. Nagkaroon po tayo ng mahaba, maayos at masusing pagpaplano, paghahanda at koordinasyon na ganap at isinagawa bago nakatuparan ang nasabing pagsugod sa Mamasapano, Maguindanao. Almost 10 years of my career were spent in the pursuit to serve justice to Marwan's victims. It all started when I was still the Provincial Director of South Cotabato Police Office in 2005, wherein every minute the threats of bombing in the province exist. Not by the hour, it's every minute. The way back in the third quarter of 2003, there were already information that Marwan was hiding somewhere in Mindanao. However, I started working directly against Marwan as early as 2010. That time, I was the Deputy Director of Special Action Force. Later on, Abdul Basit Usman was also included in our targets. In December 2010, I supervised the operations against Marwan in Sulu as the principal officer. But just as our arresting troops arrived at his location, he escaped. Sometime in 2012, I also supervised the operations against Marwan in Butig, Lanao del Sur. Again, he managed to escape just a few minutes before SAP troops arrived. Police Chief Superintendent Noel Doles Reyes, who was then the Deputy Director for the Directorate for Intelligence, know how Marwan managed to escape in that operation. Also in April 25, 2014, I supervised the operations against Marwan in Usman, in Barangay Libutan, Mamasapano, Maguindanao. This was the one we called as Oplan Wolverine, as we heard it in the news. Unfortunately, the same was aborted after the 6th Infantry Division Philippine Army withdrew its commitment to provide mechanized brigade units to support the operations. The planning of these operations was done in coordination with the Joint Special Operations Group and the 6th Infantry Division Philippine Army at that time. I supervised these operations as the SAF senior officer since Marwan and Usman are considered high-value targets and operation against them is highly sensitive. The concept of this Operation Plan Wolverine was approved by then Police Director General Purisima, then the Chief PNP, and presented during the executive session at the National Headquarters Philippine National Police in the presence of His Excellency, the Secretary of the Interior Local Government, the Chief PNP, Police Chief Superintendent Noel de los Reyes, who was then the Regional Director of Police Regional Office Arm, who then provided the intelligence packet at that time. After which, I personally presented the same briefing to Police Deputy Director General Leonardo Espina, the Deputy Chief PNP for Operations, and his office. I duly informed the Chief PNP through phone, stating therein the reason why the operation was aborted. The Chief PNP told me that he will inform higher authorities what happened. Another operation in coordination with the Armed Forces of the Philippines, the 6ID, was launched in May 30, 2014. It was also aborted because of heavy armed groups activity in the target area, particularly at the vehicle drop-off point. Barely 10 days later, on June 10, 2014, the 6ID, the Mechanized Brigade of the Philippine Army, all of a sudden conducted raid operation against Marwan in Usman at the same location without coordination from the Special Action Force, but they failed to neutralize Marwan in Usman. However, they recovered some of their equipment or material evidence in bomb making. These are just few of the reasons why the succeeding operations, the coordination with the AFP, will be time on target of the arresting force to avoid the possibility that our operation will be compromised. Of course, many of you will ask what could be the reason why the operations will be compromised. The main reason is that the information and preparations of operations are leaked whenever major operations against high-value targets are conducted, as the subjects, both Marwan and Usman, are being cuddled by the MILF, whose members have lots of contacts with the AFP and PNP. Thus, the high level of operation security and secrecy are utmost of importance. The Director, PNP Intelligence Group, is very much concerned also of the compromise whenever coordination is done with the Armed Forces of the Philippines, including our own intelligence unit. And this is based on our past experiences. Then around on August 2014, then Regional Director of ARMM, Police Chief Superintendent De Los Reyes, gave to me the new grid coordinates of the possible location of Marwan in Barangay Pidsandawan, Mamasapano, Maguindanao. I also requested him to provide us the route of the location, since we did not know of any route going to the given grid coordinates. Also, we started intelligence preparation in the battlefield, where we found out that the location is high risk because of the presence of thousands MILF and BIFF in the difficult terrain. In the early part of November, one Sunday at around 10 o'clock in the evening, Police Director General Purisima, then the Chief PNP, called up and instructed me to proceed to the White House in Camp Crame, Quezon City. Upon arrival thereat, he instructed me to work with Police Senior Superintendent Fernando Mendez, Director Intelligence Group, as the new location of Marwan in Basit Upman was identified, and told me that he has an agent in the area of the location. I followed his instruction, and I was able to talk to the Director Intelligence Group, Police Senior Superintendent Mendez, and he told me that the actionable document was already in the hands of Police Superintendent Raymond Train, who works as the Special Action Force Intelligence Officer in the 84th SAC Seaborne Unit under the Rapid Deployment Battalion. This intelligence packet was subjected to long studies and served as basis in the mission planning of the group, composed of myself, Police Chief Superintendent Noli Talino, the Deputy Director, Police Senior Superintendent Amando Clifton Inpiso, the Chief Directorial Staff of the Special Action Force, Police Senior Superintendent Richard De La Rosa, the Chief of Intelligence of the Special Action Force, Police Superintendent Gregory Bugnalbal, the Chief of Operations of the Special Action Force, Police Superintendent Michael Jan Mangahis, the Commanding Officer of the 3rd Battalion, who is already posted in Manila, but we need his expertise because he was a long-time commander of the 4th Special Action Battalion based in Maguindanao. Police Superintendent Abraham Abayari, the Commanding Officer of the Rapid Deployment Battalion, wherein the Seaborne Unit works under him. Police Superintendent Train was also included in the planning group, including Police Senior Inspector Ricaredo Marasigan, also an intelligence officer of the Special Action Force. Later on, the commanding officers of the 84th SAC, the Seaborne Unit, and the 5th Special Action Battalion Commander were also included in the mission planning, after which an operation plan was prepared, which I, together with Police Chief Superintendent Talino, the Deputy Director Staff, Police Senior Superintendent De La Rosa, Police Superintendent Mangahis, and Police Superintendent Train, presented to Police Director General Purisima at the White House. In response, Police Director General Purisima said, "Go, but I have to tell the President regarding this matter." These operations, which we called Oplan Terminator, was launched on November 29, 2014, but was aborted due to equipment failure while the arresting force was en route to the target. The reason of the abort of the mission was verbally reported to Police Director General Purisima at his quarters. Thereafter, we, myself, Police Chief Superintendent Talino, Police Senior Superintendent Mendez of the Intelligence Group, Police Senior Superintendent De La Rosa, Police Superintendent Train, joined Police Director General Purisima to the Presidential Security Group firing range compound in Malacañang Park on November 30, 2014, where Police Director General Purisima rendered mission update to His Excellency. Another operation, the Oplan Terminator 2, was launched using tactical boats, but the assault force was engaged by lawless group along the river approximately 3 kilometers going to the target in Barangay Tucalanipao, Mamasapano, Maguindanao. The mission was again called off. Due to the two failed mission, the use of precision-guided munition bomb was considered. A coordination meeting was done at the General Headquarters Armed Forces of the Philippines, Camp Aguinaldo, Quezon City, on the 3rd week of December 2014, during the Armed Forces of the Philippines anniversary. And the meeting was attended by General Gregorio Catapang, the Chief of Staff, Armed Forces of the Philippines, Lieutenant General Rostico Guerrero, Commanding General of the Western Mindanao Command, Major General Edmundo Pangilinan, Commanding General of the 6th Infantry Division, Police Director General Purisima, and myself. It was in this meeting that Lieutenant General Guerrero mentioned that they have the precision-guided munition, and even mentioned that they recently used it in Basilan. Thus, a coordination meeting was set up at the 3rd Air Force Division in Zamboanga on December 23, 2014 for a specific coordination of the operation. The attendees of the meeting in Zamboanga were Lieutenant General Guerrero, Major General Emeraldo Magnaye, the Commanding General of the 3rd Air Force Division, Major General Pangilinan, myself, Police Superintendent Train. In the initial discussion of the meeting, it was revealed by Major General Magnaye that the Air Force does not have its own precision-guided munition, or bomb. This information was relayed to Police Senior Superintendent Mendez, who was still on his way to the meeting because his flight was delayed at that time, and he has in his possession the intelligence packet. This made Police Senior Superintendent Mendez not to proceed to the meeting to avoid providing the intelligence packet, as the agreed precision-guided munition was agreed upon to be used in the operation was not available. Thus, this concept of operation was ruled out. Starting December 23, 2014, the mission planning group of the Special Action Force once again get back to work and mission planning begins. On January 9, 2015, we, Police Director General Purisima, myself, and Police Superintendent Mendez went to Malacañang and met His Excellency at the Bahay Pangarap for mission update and the new concept of operation. We named this operation as Oplan Exodus. Under Oplan Exodus, coordination with the Armed Forces of the Philippines will be time on target in order to avoid another compromise. His Excellency cited about the coordination with the AP that he had earlier stated in the press statement. After the update, Police Senior Superintendent Mendez and myself went out while Police Director General Purisima stayed behind. It was then when Police Director General Purisima, when he came out, he stated, "Huwag mo munang sabihan yung dalawa, saka na pag nandun na. Ako na ang bahala kay General Katapang." Before the end of December 2014, new communication systems were set up at the headquarters 43rd Special Action Company in Maguindanao Police Provincial Office in Sharif Agwak. We set up 3 communication systems there to support us in our operations. That same place will serve us as the tactical command post for the operation. Civilian trucks were rented to be used to avoid compromise in the entry of troops. And on January 18, 2015, the Chief Intelligence, Police Senior Superintendent De La Rosa, the commanders of the 3rd Special Action Battalion and the Rapid Deployment Battalion went to Zamboanga City and linked up with the 84th Special Action Company Seaborn and the 55th Special Action Company under the 5th Battalion for further mission planning and finalize the preparations of the operations. Rehearsals and exercises on movement at night to avoid detection, including live firing, were undertaken. Equipment were continuously checked and prepared for the operations. The participating troops from Zamboanga City, Davao del Sur, North Cotabato, Agusan Sur, Cotabato City, and General Santos City moved to their respective staging areas on January 21 to 23, 2015. Subsequently, the 3 police commission officers moved to General Santos City from Zamboanga for the final mission planning and coordination, together with all the unit commanders and key personnel involved in the operation. From the above, I believe it is clear that contrary to the unverified reports in the news, the PNP SAF did its best in the preparations and in the planning of our operations against Marwan and Usman. Unfortunately, and with heavy heart, I am very sorry to say that not all of our men who took part in the Oplan Exodus did make it alive back. Notwithstanding the above preparations and planning we made, just like in any other encounter, especially in this case, where the subjects of the operations are high-value terrorists, zero casualty should be the ideal, but it is highly uncertain. The SAP troopers who made their way to Barangay Tucalanipao, Mamasapano, Maguindanao, are highly trained individuals. They know what they're doing and know what to do in times of adversity and hostility. Had it been otherwise, the combined force of the MILF and BIFF and other private armed groups would have not suffered at least 250 casualties in the midst of the firefight that took place almost the entire day. The SAF troopers, the noble and gallant warriors, believe that evil triumphs when good men do nothing. It is in the Special Action Force, it is not just a unit, it is a family, that good men gather together to fight against evil. These warriors fully understand the risk in our profession, and we're ready to lose our lives, but never our honor and dignity. And yes, Madam and Sirs, you heard it right. Hindi po bababa sa 250 katao ang naging casualty sa mga naengkwentrong pinagsanib na puwersa ng MILF, BIFF at iba pang private armed groups ng ating mga gigiting at matatapang na bayani mula sa PNP Special Action Force. To give you an example, Police Superintendent Train alone, the overall commander of the assault force who took out Marwan, was able to shoot down somewhere between 25 to 30 of the attackers. According to him, it is also safe to say that the entire assault force, the 84th Company, was able to shoot down at least 150 of the enemies. I also talked personally to PO2 Christopher Lalan, the lone survivor of the 55th Company, and he told me that at least 100 members of the combined forces of the MILF and BIFF and private armed groups were taken down by SAP troopers from his company. The 84th and 55th SAP Company, which took part in Oplan Exodus, also have 2 and 6 snipers respectively under their unit. For sure, these highly trained snipers could have shot down on the average of at least 20 each from the attackers. Not to mention are those taken down by our men from the 45th, 42nd, and 41st Company, who likewise engaged in the firefight. The 43rd Company also has its own armored personnel carrier, the B-150, which was firing almost the entire day. Likewise, present are the 6 armored personnel carriers from the Army Mechanized Brigade, that likewise continuously fire against the attackers. This will surely increase the number of casualties suffered by our enemies, contrary to the 18 casualties as reported by the MILF. In other words, had the artillery support we requested arrived on time, the situation would have been entirely different. Though I admit it may not have guaranteed zero casualty on our part, but at the very least, had the artillery support arrived hours earlier, the number of casualties would have been lesser than the actual figure we suffered. Sa madaling salita po at sa lungat at kung ano ang mga nakasaad o nakasulat sa mga balita at pahayagan, ang mga SAP troopers sa barangay Kalanipaw ay nagtungo sa lugar na yon nang may humigit pa sa sapat na paghahanda. Tamang pagpaplano at higit sa lahat, hindi masusukat na tapang, pagmamahal at magmamalasakit para sa ating mahal na inang bayan at mga kababayan na maging biktima pa ni Namaruan at ni Usman. Mga katangiang tanging sa isang SAP trooper lamang makikita. Muli po, ako si Police Director Hitulio Pascua Napeñas, the former Chief of the Philippine National Police Special Action Force, and I stand firm with the words I uttered since the minute the news of this unfortunate event broke out. Mission accomplished. This is only the word that the SAP troopers need to hear. Only that it happened with a high price. The lives of our 44 brave young men, our heroes, our true tagaligtas, the Special Action Force troopers of the Philippine National Police. Maraming salamat po at magandang umaga.
Salamat po, Chief Superintendent Napeñas, sa inyong presentasyon. At masusing pagkalap ng mga impormasyon at mas mabuti rin mas nakikilala ka ng publiko ang iyong pinagdaanan, ang iyong pinag-aralan, ang iyong mga karanasan. Ngayon naman po, pupunta naman po tayo sa dako ng Armed Forces of the Philippines at ang presentasyon ay pangungunahan ni Secretary Voltaire Gasmin.
The Honorable Senate President, Senator Franklin Drilon, the Honorable Chairpersons and members of the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, Committee on Peace, Unification and Reconciliation, and Committee on Finance, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The operations of the PNP staff in Mamasapano, Maguindanao on January 25, 2015 very sadly caused the death of 44 members of the PNP staff. We most respectfully express again our deepest condolences to the families our heroes had left behind. That bloody armed confrontation has generated various reactions from the different sectors of society and the general public that led to speculations as to who should be held responsible and accountable for the occurrence of that unfortunate incident and its dire consequences. In order to clarify the truth about that armed encounter, particularly on the specific details on the involvement and participation of the units and elements of the Armed Forces of the Philippines in the said operations, your Department of National Defense and Armed Forces come before this august institution and thank our honorable senators for this invitation to answer questions surrounding the occurrence of that bloody event. By appearing before this esteemed body, the DND and AFP manifest our sincerest desire to present the truth and in so doing move forward in our quest for peace. We join the nation in its aspiration for truth so that we may all learn from the bitter and painful lessons. In order to clarify the truth about the armed encounter, particularly on the specific details on the involvement and participation of the AFP in said operation, we thank our honorable senators for this privilege to present before this august assembly a briefing on the pertinent facts and circumstances. The honorable chairs, may we now request for your kind indulgence for us to be able to present the AFP's report
to be delivered by Brigadier General De Leon, Deputy Chief of Staff for Operation. Thank you.
Go ahead, General De Leon.
Thank you, ma'am. To our Senate President, to the honorable members of the Senate Committees on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, and Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation and Finance, chaired by the Honorable Grace Poe and the Honorable Chofisto Gingon III. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am Brigadier General De Leon, the Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations J3, and on behalf of the Chief of Staff, Armed Forces of the Philippines, General Gregorio P.O.P. Katapang Jr., I will be presenting a brief on the Mamasapano incident. The scope of my presentation is as shown. The background will cover a brief description of the Western Mindanao Command Area of Responsibility, the Joint Task Forces under its operational control, a snapshot of the current activities, the area of incident, and the forces operating thereat. It will also show the mechanisms available for coordination, and it will be followed by the significant events and corresponding actions taken by the armed forces. The Western Mindanao Command Area of Responsibility consists of the whole of Region 9, parts of Region 10, parts of Region 12, and the whole of the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao. It is composed of 12 provinces of 240 municipalities and 14 cities, with a total land area of 51,000 square kilometers, and it has a population of around 10.4 million people as of the calendar year 2010 census. The Western Mindanao Command has 3 joint task forces, namely Joint Task Force Sambasulta, Joint Task Force Zampelan, and Joint Task Force Central. Joint Task Force Sambasulta covers the islands of Basilan, Sulu, Tawi-Tawi, and the city of Zamboanga. Currently, operations are ongoing to address the Abu Sayyaf group and other lawless elements, target hardening efforts to deter bombings and other violent actions. Joint Task Force Sampelan, or the 1st Infantry Division, covers Zamboanga Peninsula, Misamis Occidental, Lanao Norte, and parts of Lanao del Sur. It is currently focusing on internal security operations against lawless elements and the New People's Army in its area of operation. Joint Task Force Central, or the 6th Infantry Division, covers Maguindanao, parts of North Cotabato, Sultan Kudarat, parts of Lanao Sur, and the cities of Tacurong and Cotabato, including Mamasapano Municipality and other areas of MILF communities. Lately, it has conducted operations to secure North Cotabato, Maguindanao, and parts of Sultan Kudarat against the BIFF and the security of the power transmission lines. The area of incident. Before I proceed with my briefing, let me first orient this august body about the prominent landmarks in the general area that covers the area of incident. On the far north is Cotabato City. Beside it, adjacent to the headquarters of the 6th Infantry Division, is the Cotabato City Airport. And extending down south from Cotabato City is the Cotabato-Sarif Aguac Road towards the municipality of Isulan, parallel to the Pan-Philippine Highway that passes along Tacurong City at the southernmost portion. The area of incident is generally a flat area in Mamasapano, Maguindanao. It is 43 kilometers aerial distance southeast of headquarters of the 6th Infantry Division in Awang, Datu Odin Sinswat, Maguindanao, 36 kilometers aerial distance northwest of headquarters of the 601st Brigade at Tacurong City, 11 kilometers aerial distance northeast of the 1st Mechanized Brigade headquarters, and 12 kilometers aerial distance east of the headquarters of the 45th Infantry Battalion. The municipality of Mamasapano is a former barangay of Agwak, and by virtue of Republic Act 6646 and the Muslim Mindanao Autonomy Act of number 54 dated 27 April 1997, issued on 02 December 1998, it is created as the 11th municipality in the 2nd District of Maguindanao. It is categorized as the 5th-class municipality, and per 2010 census, it has a population of around 22,000 people in 4,000 households. The mayor is Datu Benzar Ampatuan. It is subdivided into 15 barangays, which includes the barangays of Tucanalipao and Pinsadawan, the site of the 25th January incidents. 45th Infantry Battalion is the infantry battalion that covers the Mamasapano area. It has 3 maneuver companies, with its Bravo Company as the most proximate to the incident area at more or less 5 kilometers away. And shown are the disposition of proximate AFP forces to the area of incident. Shown is the disposition of the Bangsamoro Islamic Freedom Fighters forces, or BIFF, in the area, with 145 fighters and an equal number of firearms. There are also 70 reported private armed groups in the area, with 80 firearms. Likewise, 15 MNLF fighters with 15 firearms camp in the area as shown. The 105th Base Command of the MILF, with 162 fighters and an equal number of firearms under Ustad Sakariaguma, is also located at the vicinity of the Mamasapano area. And so with the 106th Base Command of the MILF, with 132 fighters and 112 firearms. In the same area is based the 118th Base Command of the MILF, with 112 fighters and an equal number of firearms. In totality, the vicinity of Mamasapano is a lair to 631 fighters with 626 firearms from 4 different groups which coexist in that complex. On coordinating mechanisms. The first coordinating mechanism is governed by the implementing operational guidelines of the GRP-MILF Agreement on the Cessation of Hostilities signed on 14 November 1997. Article 2, Actions exempted from cessation of hostilities. Police and military actions and administrative logistics activities shall continue to be undertaken by the GRP throughout Mindanao and the entire country. In the pursuit thereof, confrontational situations between the GRP and the MILF forces shall be avoided by prior coordination with the latter. These actions include but are limited to the following: peacekeeping and police actions, and defensive or protective actions of the GRP and MILF to ensure the security of its forces, facilities, installations, equipment, and lines of communication, and the safety and tranquility of civil government and population. The next document is the implementing guidelines on the Joint Communique of 06 May 2002. And part of the document are the mechanics of implementation. The Ad Hoc Joint Action Group, or AJAG, shall coordinate with the Armed Forces of the Philippines and the Philippine National Police and the MILF and BIAF to effect the apprehension and arrest of suspected criminal elements. To avoid unnecessary armed confrontations, the displacement of communities and damage to properties, the Tactical Operations Center of Tactical Command Post of the Government Operating Forces and with MILF forces in the area shall work and coordinate closely with the Ad Hoc Joint Action Group and vice versa. And except for operations against high-priority targets, a list of which shall be provided by the GPH Peace Panel to the MILF panel. The AJAG shall inform the GRP and the MILF CCCH at least 24 hours prior to the conduct of AFP-PNP operations in order to allow sufficient time for the evacuation of civilians and to avoid armed confrontation between the GAPH and MILF forces. The third document is the Joint Implementing Rules and Regulations to Executive Order 546, Series of 2006, directing the PNP to undertake active support to the AFP in internal security operations for the suppression of insurgency and other threats to national security. General principles: PNP units may either operate as a part of a joint AFP-PNP force or as a single force in the conduct of combat operations subject to the following. When operating jointly with the Armed Forces of the Philippines, tasked PNP units shall be attached or placed under the operational control of the AFP unit with operational responsibility of the area of operation. When operating independently as a single force, PNP units shall take orders from its parent unit, but must coordinate with the nearest tactical unit of the Armed Forces of the Philippines to ensure a coordinated and focused operations in the particular area. The AFP unit that has operational responsibility over the area of operations shall be furnished with the PNP unit's operational plan and after operations report. We will be hearing the word coordination in parts of the presentation. Let me present a doctrinal definition of coordination. Coordination is the exchange of information to inform and integrate, synchronize, and deconflict operations. Coordination is not necessarily a process of gaining approval, but is most often used for mutual exchange of information. Field Manual 101-5-1, Operational Terms and Graphics. Another definition of coordination: the act of informing a department or person of a course of action so that he can either fit his own actions into the proposed course of action or take steps to modify the proposed course of action to make it fit into his own. The function of integrating efforts of search and rescue facilities for a concerted and harmonized execution of SAR missions in an effective and economical manner, and an act of organizing, making different people and agencies work together for a goal or effect to fulfill desired goals in an organization. AFP Glossary of Military Terms. Chronology of events. In the early morning of January 25, 2015, the AFP started receiving information regarding the PNP SAF Law Enforcement Operation or LEO at Mamasapano, Maguindanao. At around 5:28 a.m., the G3 or the Operations Officer of the 6th Infantry Division, Lieutenant Colonel Hambala, received a call from Senior Superintendent De La Rosa about the operation of the PNP SAF. G3 6ID in turn contacted the Operations Officer of the 601st Brigade to inquire whether the SAF has made coordination about the law enforcement operation at Mamasapano, of which the latter answered in the negative. At around 5:37 a.m., the chairman of the GPH AJAG, Brigadier General Orense, received a call from Police Director Napeñas regarding the conduct of law enforcement operations of the PNP SAF, that they will conduct operations in Barangay Pitsandawan, targeting Marwan. Immediately, Chairman, GPH AJAG, called the Police Director of Maguindanao Provincial Police Office to confirm if he knew the PNP SAF law enforcement operation, and the latter replied in the negative. Chairman GPH AJAG thereafter tried to contact his counterpart in the MILF through cell phone, but could not reach the latter. Chairman GPH AJAG then called Commander 601st Brigade, asking if he knew the PNP SAF operations. Colonel Feliciano replied that he has no knowledge about these current operations of the PNP SAF. Chairman GPH AJAG then told Colonel Feliciano to provide assistance to the PNP SAF. At around 5:42 a.m., 5 minutes after his first call, Police Director Napeñas called again the Chairman GPH AJAG that they are withdrawing and asked if they could be provided with assistance. At around 5:48 a.m., the commander of the 45th Infantry Battalion, Lieutenant Colonel Bautista, was informed by his intelligence officer about an ongoing firefight at Mamasapano. The commanding officer of the 45th Infantry Battalion immediately directed his staff and unit commanders to validate the information and alerted his forces. At around 6 o'clock a.m., the commander of the 6th Infantry Division, Major General Panglinan, read in his cell phone the SMS sent by Police Director Napeñas at 5:06 a.m. regarding the conduct of law enforcement operation at Barangay Tucanalipao, Mamasapano, Maguindanao. The text says, and I quote, "Ed, good AM. For your info, on January 25, 2015, at about 02:30, PNP SAF, supported by Maguindanao Police Provincial Office, Police Regional Office Arm, shall be conducting LEO and serve warrant of arrest, or WA, against high-value targets in Mamasapano, Maguindanao. Troops are underway. Coordination was also done with CO 1st MEC and 45th IB." Unquote. Commander 6th Infantry Division subsequently relayed this information to Commander Western Mindanao Command at 6:11 a.m. and asked Commander 1st Mechanized Brigade and Commander 45th IB at around 6:11 a.m. and 6:12 a.m. respectively if the PNP SAF operations is coordinated with them. At 6:04 a.m., Commander West Mincom received a call from Police Deputy Director General Espina, officer in charge of the Philippine National Police, regarding the SAF encounter in Maguindanao, needing assistance and support. At around 6:05 and 6:06 a.m., Commander West Mincom received two text messages from Police Director General Purisima requesting if he can call. At around 6:07 a.m., Commander West Mincom called Commander 6th Infantry Division and inquired if he knew anything about the ongoing law enforcement operation of the PNP SAF. Commander 6ID replied that he was only informed through SMS by Police Director Napeñas, sent at about 5:06 a.m., but only read at about 6 a.m. Commander West Mincom then asked Commander 6ID to forward the SMS from Police Director Napeñas and gave him guidance to provide support to the SAF. At around 6:09 a.m., Commander West Mincom called Police Director General Purisima in response to his SMS and asked about his concern. Police Director General Purisima mentioned about the LEO of the SAF and that he is requesting support from the AFP units in the area. At around 6:10 a.m., Police Director Napeñas called Commander West Mincom, who mentioned about their LEO and that his troopers were already engaged and he was asking for support from the AFP units in Mamasapano. Commander West Mincom informed him that Commander 6ID was already aware and was already advised to provide assistance. At around 6:12 a.m., Commander 6th ID called Colonel Del Rosario, the commander of the 1st Mechanized Brigade, to check if the PNP SAF coordinated with him on their operations in Mamasapano. At around 6:13 a.m., Commander 6th ID called Commander 45th Infantry Battalion if the PNP SAF coordinated with him regarding the conduct of LEO in Mamasapano. Commander 45th IB replied no coordination was made on him, even when a certain Inspector Santos dropped by at Headquarters Bravo Company in Barangay Nabundas. Commander 45th IB further informed Commander 6ID that local officials of Mamasapano reported that they heard gunfire in the area. Commander 6ID instructed Commander 45th IB to monitor and take appropriate action. Commander 45th IB organized troops and later at around 6:30 a.m. deployed one fire team at Meta Bridge, one CAA squad at Round Ball of Poblacion Sarif Agwak, and one squad officer-led at Sitio Bagong, Barangay Timbangan in Sarif Agwak, Maguindanao. At around 6:18 a.m., Police Director Napeñas forwarded Commander 6ID with the following SMS, quote, "For Chief PNP from Director SAF, na-engage SAF troops doon malapit Ilog, 2 kilometers east of Barangay Tucanalipao, Golf Charlie 67983-65714, bandang gitna, going to target, sir." Unquote. Commander 6ID replied, quote, copy, unquote. At around 6:19 a.m., Commander 1st Mechanized Brigade forwarded a copy of an SMS to Commander 6th ID. Quote, Sir, I checked my cell with this text from General Talino at about 5:20 a.m. Hener, good a.m. Sorry to disturb you at this early morning. Andito kami General Napeñas sa area. For your info, on January 25, 2015 at about 02:30, PNP SAF supported by Maguindanao PPO, PRO arm shall be conducting law enforcement operation and serve warrant of arrest against high-value targets in Mamasapano, Maguindanao. Troops are underway. Coordination is being made with Division Commander 6ID, unquote. At around 6:30 a.m., Commander 1st Mechanized Brigade informed Commander 6ID via SMS, quote, Sir, may sporadic fires at vicinity Barangay Tuka, Mamasapano, about 7 to 8 kilometers from Poblacion Aguac. About 5 a.m. kanina as reported by civilians. We checked with 45th IB. It's not their operations. We checked with PNP Aguac. They said it's PNP SAF NCR operations, unquote. Commander 6ID instructed Commander 1st Mechanized Infantry Brigade, quote, pakicheck with Maguindanao PPO kung ano effort nila, unquote. At around 6:33 a.m., Commander 6ID instructed Commander 1st Mechanized Brigade to be prepared to provide reinforcement. Commander 1st Mechanized Brigade replied, quote, noted, sir. We have alerted units here at Brigade Headquarters, unquote. At around 6:39 a.m., Commander 601 Brigade directed Commander 45th IB to mobilize route security from Sarif Aguac to the vicinity of Barangay Tuka, Mamasapano. Commander 45th IB organized forces and later deployed one squad as route security at RMG, Barangay Maig, and one section at Barangay Iganampong. At around 6:44 a.m., Commander 1st Mechanized Brigade received a phone call from Superintendent Mangahis of PNP SAF informing that their troops were engaged in Mamasapano. Commander 1st Mechanized Brigade asked on who authorized them to conduct operation in that area, and if ever, did they seek clearance from Headquarters 6th ID? Superintendent Mangahis was silent and did not answer the query. Commander 1st Mechanized Brigade instructed Superintendent Mangahis to report at the old Capitol compound in Sarif Aguac to give a briefing on the situation in the area of their operation and the location of the PNP SAF troops. At around 6:48 a.m., Chairman GPH Ajag again called Attorney Abdul Dataya of the MILF Ajag, but the phone just kept on ringing. At around 6:50 a.m., Commander 1st Mechanized Brigade texted Commander 6th ID, quote, Sir, tumawag just now, PNP SAF, Superintendent Mangahis, Operation Officer nila. May mga wounded daw sa supporting effort 2 units in Barangay Tuka, hindi maka-extricate. They need help sa extraction. I told him to report to Brigade Headquarters so we can devise extraction plan ASAP, sir, unquote. Commander 6ID replied, quote, keep me posted, unquote. At around 7:15 a.m., Chief Superintendent Talino and Superintendent Mangahis arrived at Headquarters 1st Mechanized Brigade and gave a briefing on the situation and location of their engaged troops. The acting operations officer of the 45th Infantry Battalion also joined the conference 5 minutes later. At around 7:27 a.m., Commander 6ID called Chairman GPH Ajag if he talked already with his counterpart. The latter informed that he called the phone of Attorney Dataya but still cannot make a connection. At around 7:28 a.m., Commander 1st Mechanized Brigade sent an SMS to Commander 6ID, quote, Sir, Superintendent Mangahas updated me sa operation nila. 2 groups nila were still inside Barangay Tuka engaged in sporadic fires with lawless as of now. My plan is, 1. Move mechanized infantry with 8 armored vehicles to control highway ng Mamasapano. 2. Insert mechanized infantry and DRC to augment PNP at SAF extraction point and to provide supporting fires sa pin down SAF. 3. Utilize 105 artillery, if approved by Commander 6ID, to disrupt lawless firing at SAF, pinned down as of now about 500 meters from SAF position. Request guidance, sir, unquote. Commander 6ID informed Commander 1st Mechanized Brigade, quote, okay, good ang number 1 and number 2 plan, but number 3 plan about the artillery is hold until we have complete details of the firefight, unquote. Subsequently, Commander 1st Mechanized Brigade task organized his troops. At around 7:30 a.m., Major Sol of the GPH-CCCH called Mr. Hovland of the International Monitoring Team, or IMT, to join in forming the Joint Ceasefire Crisis Team. Thereafter, the organization of the JCCT started. At around 7:31 a.m., Chairman GPH Ajag received a call from Chairman MILF Ajag. The former asked if the latter could take action on the situation. Chairman MILF Ajag said he will call Darapanan. At around 8:20 a.m., Commander 1st Mechanized Brigade deployed Army forces composed of 1 light armor platoon of 4 armored vehicles, 1 mechanized section of 2 armored vehicles, 1 section of the 62nd Division Reconnaissance Company, and 1 explosive ordnance disposal team to secure main supply route from Sarif Agwak to Barangay Tucanalipaw, Mamasapano, and to provide suppressive fires if warranted. Likewise, another section of the 62nd DRC was tasked to establish and secure extrication point 300 meters above the position of combined army forces, which should be dedicated to reinforce and recover the elements of the 55th SAC heavily engaged by the enemy at Barangay Tucanalipaw. Superintendent Mangahis rode 1 of the armored vehicles of the 23rd Mechanized Company to guide the Army reinforcing troops. At around 9 a.m., Joint Ceasefire Crisis Team composed of representatives from the GPH, CCCH, MILF CCCH, Joint Ceasefire Monitoring Post of Kitango, and the International Monitoring Team assembled at the IMT headquarters in Cotabato City. They then started to move to Barangay Kuloy, Sarif Agwak, Maguindanao, to meet with Ustads Zakaria Guma, the base commander of the 105th Base Command, BIAF MILF, and Ustads Wahid Tundok, base commander of the 118th Base Command, BIAF MILF. At around 9:20 a.m., troops of the 23rd Mechanized Company, 14th Mechanized Company, and the 62nd DRC tried to link up with elements of the 55th SAC but failed because there is no contact and communication to them, and it was an open field. At around 9:30 a.m., Commander of the 6th ID called Chairman GPH-CCCH and Chairman GPH Ajag and invited them to join the meeting with his battle staff. At around 10:40 a.m., combined troops of the 23rd Mechanized Company, 62nd DRC, and the PNP SAF, while trying to link up with the 55th SAC, were fired upon. The troops held their ground. At around 10:52 a.m., 2 UH-1H helis arrived at Tog 12 Awang, Dato Odin Sinswat, Maguindanao, from the headquarters of the 1st Infantry Division Philippine Army, which was directed by Commander Western Mindanao Command for possible casualty evacuation. At around 10:54 a.m., Commander 6ID forwarded the message to Police Director Napeñas, the message from Chairman GPH CCCH, quote, Sir, lumagpas na sa Talayan sila Butch Malang with our ceasefire committee. Within 30 to 45 minutes, doon na sila sa area, sir. We advised them to ceasefire, unquote. At around 11 a.m., reconfiguration of forces was effected to augment the Army reinforcing troops to PNP SAF. Commander 601 Brigade directed the 33rd IB to release operational control of 62nd DRC and moved them from present location to Barangay Badak, General S.K. Pandatun, to the 1st Mechanized Brigade in Sarif Agwak. At around 11:08 a.m., Commander 1st Mechanized Brigade sent an SMS to Commander 6ID, quote, Sir, latest location ng pinned down SAF groups with wounded is at Golf Charlie 6830-6550 open area about 1.2 kilometers na lang from the highway Mamasapano. Nearest SAF team reached 700 meters already from highway. 62nd DRC with SAF body team at 300 meters from highway. Sporadic fires can still be heard from northwest portion of SAF position, 200 meters from their location. Progress report to follow, unquote. Commander 6ID asked, quote, So, wala pa na evac? Unquote. Commander 1st Mechanized Brigade replied, quote, Negative pa evac as of now. Yung SAF at 700 meters is still assessing the open area before they proceed sa pinned down SAF teams, unquote. At around 11:31 a.m., Commander 45th IB called Police Superintendent Mangaldan regarding their requirements for tactical support, and the latter replied that they cannot yet determine the requirements from the AFP. At around 11:45 a.m., the JCCT conducted an emergency dialogue with Ustad Guma, 105th Base Command Commander, Wahid Tundok, 118th Base Command Commander, Municipal Mayor Ampatuan, Joint Ceasefire Monitoring Post Kitango members, and other officials of Mamasapano in order to facilitate the ceasefire. At around 12:15 p.m., combined Army and PNP troops were fired upon by the MILF and BIF forces located at their blocking position west of the main road into Canalipao. At around 12:42 p.m., Commander 1st Mech Brigade sent an SMS to Commander 6ID, quote, Sir, tumawag si Major Sol of GPH-CCCH that talks upam of the MILF-CCCH and IMT GPH-CCCH members of 3 vehicles will proceed to ACP ng SAF at Mamasapano to coordinate ceasefire and get the wounded SAF in the area. I coordinated everything about their arrival sa ground commander ng SAF para details ng talks and ceasefire nila with 105th Base Command MILF who are surrounding the wounded SAF. Unquote. Commander 6ID replied, Okay, good. At around 12:45 p.m., Chairman GPH-CCCH called Police Director Napeñas and asked if they had already withdrawn from the area. He reported that they cannot withdraw yet as the SAF troops are still subjected to heavy fires. At around 1:10 p.m., the JCCT arrived at the TCP of 4th SAF Battalion at Barangay Tuka, Mamasapano, and talked to Police Superintendent Mangaldan. However, the TCP was harassed, resulting to disabling of front wheel tires of 3 Simba armored vehicles. During that time, Chairman GPH-CCCH and Chairman GPH Ajag joined the Commander 6ID and his battle staff for a meeting. They then discussed on how to facilitate the resolution of the crisis. At around 1:45 p.m., Commander 6ID instructed Commander 45th IB to proceed to the encounter area to provide command and control to all Army units deployed in the incident area. Thereafter, Commander 45th IB established tactical command post at Barangay Tucanalipao. At around 2:18 p.m., the negotiation for a ceasefire started. Commander 1st Mechanized Brigade sent an SMS to Commander 6th ID, quote, Sir, ceasefire na muna sa area, wala na sporadic fires. Pinarelocate ko DRC and SAF team sa may highway near the wheeled armored vehicles para mag-stop yung fired upon sa DRC. Co-located na yung DRC with wheeled armored vehicles sa highway now para wala muna putukan. CCCH and IMT in the area now. As effort for ceasefire progresses, elements from DRC and SAF team were advised by Commander 1st Mechanized Brigade to relocate to the nearby highway to stop being fired upon. Meanwhile, Commander 601st Brigade established a TCP at the Maguindanao Provincial Capital and conducted a briefing on the concept of the rescue operation. At around 4 p.m., total ceasefire took effect. At that time, volunteers and vehicles have been mobilized for the retrieval of casualties. Likewise, Commander 45th IB organized and briefed his troops for the retrieval operation. At around 5:15 p.m., PNP staff reported that their main effort was still subjected to intense volume of fire. It was the first time that the 6th Infantry Division and CCC coordinating ceasefire mechanisms learned that there is another engaged SAF group, which was the 84th SAC. Chairman GPH CCCH informed MILF CCCH about the issue. MILF CCCH responded that MILF forces have already pulled out and that the 84th SAC is in the BIFF-controlled area. At around 5:30 p.m., combined troops started to move for the rescue extrication operations. Combined elements of Bravo Company 45th IB, 62nd DRC, 61st DRC, and one section of the 46th SAC crossed the line of departure to augment the 45th SAC. Likewise, joint elements of the 61st DRC and a platoon of PNP SAF proceeded to link up and rescue the 84th SAC seaborne in the encountered site, Barangay Tuka. At around 5:35 p.m., Police Director Napeñas requested for artillery fires. 6th ID delivered 3 artillery rounds of white phosphorus as marking and reference. High explosive HE rounds were not delivered due to danger close, as advised by his fire support officer. While delivering fires, the Joint Army and PNP elements are moving into position to rescue the 84th SAC respectively. The rescue and extrication of engaged SAF troops started at around 7:30 p.m. The joint CCCH, IMT, together with the LGU of Mamasapano, extricated 5 cadavers from the 55th SAC. As combined AFP and PNP forces linked up and rescued 84th SAC, they were able to rescue 17 unharmed members of the 84th SAC, retrieved 8 killed in action, and safely extricated 11 wounded in action with their equipment intact. The following day, the recovery and extrication of engaged SAF troops continued at around 9:50 in the morning. The joint CCCH, IMT, and LGU Mamasapano recovered 14 KIA. Another 15 KIA were recovered at around 12:28 p.m. and 1 KIA was recovered at around 12:46 p.m., all belonging to the 55th SAC. One survivor from the 55th SAC was rescued by Bravo Company of 45th IB at around 2:10 p.m. A total of 43 recovered KIAs were brought to headquarters 6th ID, while the WIAs were taken to nearby hospitals. At around 2:36 p.m. in the afternoon, the operation was concluded. All PNP staff pulled out from the general area of incident, and at around 3:45 p.m., all Army troops pulled out from the general area of incident. At 5 p.m., one staff WIA expired at the Integrated Hospital Office, bringing the total KIA to 44 with 11 WIA. That ends the brief. Your Honors, thank you.
Thank you for the very detailed hourly almost presentation of the events from the 25th until the 26th, Brigadier General De Leon. We will now allow the individual interpellations of our members to our resource persons. Our request is you keep your questions limited to 5 minutes for each round. That does not include the answers, of course, of our resource persons. So the 5-minute rule per senator will apply so that we can get as many questions out as possible. We will begin in order of arrival. Senator Trillanes, and then Senator Escudero, Soto, Honasan, Gingona, Ejercito, Senator Binay, Marcos, Recto, Aquino, Pimentel, Cayetano, Villar, Pia Cayetano, Loren, Angara.
Madam Chair, just an inquiry. Madam Chair, of course, we're very thankful that all the high-level officials in the PNP, military, and peace panel are here. May I know if we invited any high-level official that can speak for the MILF and if they have, in fact, sent any of their officials?
I was informed that the MILF representative, although we sent our invitation to Mr. Iqbal, they sent Rashid Ladiasan, Chair, MILF Coordinating Committee on the Cessation of Hostilities, and Butch Malang, Head of Secretariat, MILF.
And Madam Chair, can they speak in behalf of the MILF?
I would assume that they would as representatives here.
May we ask them, Madam Chair?
Did you prepare any particular statement, Mr. Ladiasan?
Good morning po to all. Good morning po, Madam Chair. Originally po, I was sent by the leadership to appear as a part of the joint CCCH, working for the ceasefire. But yesterday po, I was told by the leadership that in case I'll be asked of some questions, or the MILF be asked of some questions, then I'll have to answer to the best of my competence. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Lastly, Madam Chair, because both the PNP and AFP have submitted their report, the MILF has announced in the media that they also have a report, and we're trying to do our best to show the people that there will be no whitewash here. Would have rather it started with the survivors because sila mismo nandun. Having said that, may I know if the MILF have brought also, just like the AFP and PNP, the copy of their narration of facts, no, with them today, so that we can compare the three, Madam Chair, before we ask the questions.
Do you have any prepared reports, Mr. Ladiasan or Mr. Malang?
Yes, Madam Chairman po. Yung report po namin is a report of the joint CCCH. As to the report of the MILF on the tragic incident in Mamasapano, as far as I know, I have told that the Special Investigation Committee or Commission has been undertaking the investigation on the matter, and it has not completed yet the full investigation and report for that matter, and they emphasize that we are both into coming out with the truth and to account for whatever is needed. Thank you.
On that note, Madam Chair, may I request that through the representatives, and I thank you for being here, sir, that a copy be given right away to the Senate. I am uncomfortable, to tell you the truth, that the PNP and AFP have already submitted their report and the MI have not, because the MI have been flip-flopping in the reports in the media, from having said that Marwan was in their territory, then the BIFF, then they were not fighting with the BIFF, and then they're fighting with the BIFF. And the reports now of the two, AFP and PNP, clearly puts at issue these facts. No? So may I respectfully ask that you communicate to your higher-ups, to the leadership of the MILF, is that the sooner they submit the report, the factual report, the more not only credibility, but the more we can compare, and the idea of a cover-up or trying to navigate the reports here in order to show that the peace process should continue. Bottom line, sir, we're all after the truth, as you said. And if we don't have all the three reports here, magkakaroon talaga ng notion na nire-repair yung report. No? So having said that, Madam Chair, I submit, and I hope that tomorrow, if we do have a hearing tomorrow, even a partial report by the MILF may be brought forth here. No? If peace is talagang, if peace is really their objective and they want to save this peace agreement, they should have full cooperation here. Sila yung nasa on the ground eh. So they should have done this much faster than the PNP and AFP that had to go there and check. No? But again, thank you for the representatives. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Your concerns and instructions are duly noted, Senator Cayetano. I would like to ask really quickly, Mr. Ladiasan, who authorized you to be here? You said you were just informed yesterday. Who from the MILF? Just to be sure that you are actually the authorized representative.
Madam Chairman, I was the MILF CCCH was authorized, mandated by the peace panel to appear for this hearing when they were in Kuala Lumpur for the talks recently, and the two parties agreed that the CCCH has to appear for the hearing. But yung pong representing the MILF, I was informed, I was told by Chairman Iqbal, the chairman of the MILF Peace Panel, that should I have to answer some questions raised.
May I
to the
ask why
MILF.
he is not personally here when we sent him the invitation? Did he give
I
a
have-
letter stating the reasons why he's sending you as his representative?
I have no idea po.
Have you taken your oath, sir?
Opo.
Okay.
Opo, ma'am.
Madam Chair, on those, on the, can we ask Mr. Iqbal to honor this committee with his appearance before the Senate? If we can, if the Secretary of Interior and Local Government, the AFP high-ranking officials, both Secretary Gaspin are here, can we have the honor of having Mr. Iqbal present?
Madam Chair, may I support the recommendation of the Senate President, and may I just put onto the record, the House of Representatives in the hearing for the BBL wrote the leadership of MILF and asked them to be present in the hearing because, of course, the House believed that this is a two-way negotiation, this is a two-way peace process. But we were all shocked by the answer of the MILF. I have here a letter dated December 29, 2014, signed by Chairman Al-Hajj Murad Ibrahim. And, Madam Chair, let me read just this one paragraph in his letter. As such, the MILF negotiated its peace agreement with the understanding that it was the negotiating with the totality of the Philippine government, or, in quotation, whole of government, close quotation, especially since, after other reasons, the Commander-in-Chief powers of the President allows him to bind the whole government, including its different branches. So let me point out that there's a misunderstanding here. The President cannot bind the Supreme Court nor the Congress of the Philippines. No? Secondly, Madam Chair, in his letter in the back, it just said that he is preoccupied, together with the other MILF leaders, in forming a political party, and they will be in Camp Darapanan, Sultan Kudarat, where 100,000 people will be. No? So, Madam Chair, I think if we want to get to the bottom of this, and for everyone, we're all for peace here, but for everyone who's saying they want to save the peace process, the leadership of the MILF should understand, Madam Chair, that Congress is not bound by the Commander-in-Chief powers of the President as far as a legislative hearing is concerned and as far as the legislation of the BBL. But of course, you are the messenger here, sir, and we respect you being here, and thank you. But, Madam Chair, may I support the call of the Senate President and ask for a show of sincerity from the MILF. They will be treated with much respect here. They will be welcome here, and we will have a good discussion if they are, if the leadership is here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano. I would also like to put on record that a letter was sent to our office on January 29 from the chairman of the MILF Peace Panel, Mr. Iqbal, and he mentioned that he will, for the said invitation, he will have to get permission from the Central Committee of the MILF, which ultimately has the jurisdiction and mandate over such invitation. So this is the 29th. And we are now many days past this, and we still have no official reason from him. That's why we were asking, since he sent you as the representative, if he had anything. But since, for the record, he did not send any more. So that means he hasn't had the permission granted to him yet by the Central Committee of the MILF, I would assume, because this is the last correspondence he sent. So in the meantime, we would like to ask, perhaps, since we already open the floor for the MILF, one side of the peace panel negotiators, perhaps we could have a statement from Secretary Deles or from Ms. Coronel Ferrer regarding what information you might have known during the time of the incident in Mamasapano. Apparently, there's been some information that reached you about the fighting, and that you may have also gotten in touch with several key leaders on the ground. If if you have any presentation, you'd welcome that, or any statements. Attorney Ferrer.
Not attorneys, ma'am. Yes, good morning, good afternoon, Your Honors. Our ceasefire committee and AJAG committee have prepared a report complete with the timeline, including the details when I had been contacted at 7 a.m. in the morning by the chair of the ceasefire committee, informing me of the emerging situation, as they have been able to piece together the information, but at 7 a.m., as noted, as you can note from the report of the AFP, the information was very, very much incomplete. And I had responded, and my first question was, any casualty? And is the SAF operation under the regional command of the PNP, or is it under the national command? And I got the answer that the SAF operation is under the national command. As far as casualties are concerned, nothing definite yet. That was at around 7.
Who sent you this information, ma'am?
This was texted to me by the chair of our ceasefire committee, who is General Galvez, Carlito Galvez. And we, in any case, Your Honors, we do have our report to submit to this committee. It has been submitted to your committee, complete with the timeline, focusing on the activities of our mechanisms, the two mechanisms, the AJAG mechanism and the ceasefire mechanism, together with the cooperation of the MILF CCCH, the MILF AJAG, as well as the International Monitoring Team, and that comprised the joint ceasefire crisis team that was able to effect the ceasefire in the course of the day.
At any point during the time that you were informed from 7 a.m., was there any request from the ground commanders to please call for a ceasefire or to get in touch with the MILF? I know that you have a thorough presentation, but just these are nagging questions about it.
The account of events would show that our ceasefire committee was not aware of the incident, that it was actually Mr. Rashid Ladyasan here who called our ceasefire chair and requesting for immediate ceasefire. That was about 6:30 a.m. because our ceasefire committee was traveling from Iligan City from a visit in Camp Busra, together with Mr. Ladyasan, in fact, and the members of the independent decommissioning body, where they visited another MILF camp in Lanao province, in order to determine possible sites in relation to the decommissioning process. So actually, the information came from the MILF CCCH that there was trouble in the area, and he was requesting efforts of the committee that they can undertake to immediately effect the ceasefire.
So the MILF representatives of the negotiating panel is actually requesting that the government implement the ceasefire.
They work together and come to that kind of an agreement and mobilize the respective forces to immediately stop the fighting. This was, I believe, at 6:30 a.m. when the first call was received by General Galvez from Mr. Ladyasan here.
Okay, there are more questions to be asked. We will begin now with Senator Trillanes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. May I request Director Napeñas to be seated somewhere in the middle so the other senators from this side can... I think there's a vacant seat there, ma'am. There's a vacant seat there. You don't need to move. Director Napeñas, good morning, sir. Ito pong investigasyon na to, gusto natin i-clarify lang yung ibang mga issue. Nothing here will ever diminish yung mga kabayanihan ng mga SAF troopers na na-engage dun sa operation na to, kasama na yung mga nasawi at yung mga nag-survive. So, sinasaluduhan po natin yung katapangan at kabayanihan po ng mga tropa. ng SAP. Now, una ko pong itatanong, you mentioned about the January 9 meeting sa Malacanang wherein the President gave the order. Is that correct, sir?
Magandang umaga po lahat. Your Honor, hindi po nagbigay ang ating Presidente ng order. It was a mission update that was provided for.
So may presumption na meron ng previous approval itong mission na to, Director Napeñas.
As I earlier mentioned, the first operation, the Terminator 1, that was conducted on November 29, it was already approved by Director General Purisima at that time when he was still the Chief of the Philippine National Police.
Okay. Then yung na-mention nyo po na si President Aquino gave specific instructions to you na mag-coordinate with the AFP. Is that correct, sir?
That was then the statement of the President as he stated that in his press statement.
But do you confirm that?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So, nagbigay siya ng order sa inyo mag-coordinate. Ang statement nyo rin na sinundan kayo ni General Purisima, sinabihan kayo na huwag muna mag-coordinate.
Your Honor, the statement of General Purisima, because he was left behind with the President at that time, we went ahead, outside. His statement that saka mo na sabihan yung dalawa, pag nandun na, ako nang bahala kay General Katapang.
So, anong interpretation ito nyo dito sa sinabi ni General Purisima?
My interpretation on this one, Your Honor, is that General Purisima is been the person, the focal person, who is constantly being asked by the President as to the mission. This was manifested by the fact that when we were presenting the mission update, he is being constantly consulted by the President.
Okay. So, ito clarify ko lang, sir.
Who is sino yung dalawa? Because you mentioned this is the second time that he mentioned that.
Yes, I was going there.
Sorry.
Sino po yung dalawa na sinasabi nyo?
Your Honor, I'm referring to the OIC of the Philippine National Police, Police Deputy Director General Espina, and the Secretary of the Interior and Local Government, the Honorable Moro Roxas II, sir.
Okay. This is January 9.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand, nung January 9, suspended na si General Purisima. Was that clear to you, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's clear to me that he was already suspended effective January 9.
Okay. You're fully aware of your chain of command at the time.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, who was your direct superior, General Napeñas?
It is the OIC of the Philippine National Police.
Okay. So, when General Purisima gave you that statement, you took it as an order, sir? Or he was just advising you?
It's a statement of General Purisima which I considered, considering the fact that he is the one being constantly asked by the President on the intricacies of the operation, and he is the one principal officer who has the intelligence packet.
Yes. But you know, sir, that he was no longer part of the chain of command at that time.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, balik kumbaga, sir, nag-take life ka. Hindi mo in-inform yung direct superior mo, which is the General Espina, at you took the advice or the statement of General Purisima as an order. Is that so?
It is not an order. It's a judgment call.
Judgment call.
On my part.
On your part. Okay.
Not to inform the OIC PNP beforehand, but I informed him after our troops are already on the ground. Again, as I've said, because of the statement of General Purisima, which I considered in relation to the mission.
Okay. So, it was your judgment call. It was not an order because General Purisima was not part of the chain of command. He was suspended. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Then, let me just clarify this. During the whole operation, who was in command? Who was giving the orders?
I was the one in command at the tactical command post.
Okay.
At the advanced command post, it is the battalion commander of the 4th Battalion, while at the tactical level, it was the company commanders who were involved in the operation.
Okay, thank you. What about si General Purisima? Was there any instance na nagbigay siya ng utos during the whole operation, sir?
It is not an order. He was providing us vital information through text messages as regards to the conduct of the operation and some items or information pertaining that he was talking with the MILF and pertaining to the support that he was asking from the Armed Forces of the Philippines.
Yes, I was just clarifying that yung mga communication sa inyo ni General Purisima, hindi nyo tinitake yan as an order precisely because hindi siya ang operational commander kundi kayo. Is that correct, sir?
That's right, Your Honor.
So, kahit na anong anggulo tignan, kayo ang nagmamando ng operation. Is that correct?
Yes, I was the one handling and directing the operations in Maguindanao area, sir.
Si General Purisima ba nakagulo dun sa pagkandak na operations?
Your Honor, hindi po nakagulo. Nakatulong po yung mga informasyon na ibinibigay sa atin.
Then, ito, just again to be clear, meron bang sinabi sa inyo, may order sa inyo si President Aquino na wag reinforcean yung mga tropang niipit? Just for the record.
Your Honor, there was no order from us not to reinforce the troops inside the area of operation.
Okay.
There was no order given to me regarding that.
Okay. So, as far as you are concerned, the only statement you got from the President was for you to coordinate with the armed forces in relation to this mission.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Then, dito sa kay General Purisima, sir, I'll just ask General Purisima. General Espina. Sorry. General Espina, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, liliwanagin ko lang para lang malaman ng mga kababayan natin. Yun bang mga tropang nasawi ay na-mutilate at dinesecrate o kaya pinagpupugutan ng ulo? Just for the record.
Sa report po, sir, wala.
Wala, okay. Pero in fact, wala rin. So talagang yung kanilang mga yung mga nangyari sa kanila, yung status ng kanilang katawan ay bunga ito nung encounter, sir?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Let's just go back to General Napeñas. Since kayo yung operational commander, sir, having seen everything, ano yung lessons learned dito sa operation na to? Na kung uulitin nyo itong operation na ito, ano yung babaguhin nyo, sir?
Your Honor, we would like really to work very closely with the Armed Forces of the Philippines in regards to this matter because this was already discussed after the Butig operation sometime in July 14 to 16 noong 2012. Nagkaroon po ng meeting yung DILG at saka yung PNP na magkaroon ng close coordination on matters sa operation ng mga ganito sa high-value targets. However, yung nangyari po doon sa Libutan, Mamasapano, Maguindanao, yung inabandon kami ng 6th Infantry Division by not providing the mechanized brigade during our operations despite due coordination with them. Napakasakit na pangyayari po yon. Pangalawa, yung May 30 na follow-on operation on that, nag-coordinate kami ulit doon sa 6th Infantry Division only to find out by our intelligence personnel who are doing the reconnaissance na yung vehicle drop-off point namin punong-puno ng armado na. And on June 10, 2014, nag-conduct ng raid yung 6th Infantry Division at saka yung Mechanized Brigade without our knowledge in what coordination for us on the same target that we were doing operations.
So in short, sir, kung gagawin niyang mga pagbabago na yan, ma-accomplish pa rin natin yung mission without the loss of the 44.
I agree with that, Your Honor.
Just a few statements from General Pangilinan. Sir, just for the record, may utos ba sa inyo si Presidente Aquino na huwag kayong mag-reinforce?
Your Honor, Major General Pangilinan po. There was none. In fact, I do not have a direct communication with the President, sir.
Okay, kinaklarify lang natin yan kasi maraming mga propagandistang doon dinadala that there was an order. Kaya na pahamak yung mga tropa natin, it's because sinabihan daw ni Presidente Aquino na wag mag-reinforce. So, totoo ba yun o hindi? Again.
There was no instruction, sir.
Okay,
Your
no
Honor.
instructions. Just one more question for Director General Espina. Sir? After this incident, ano ang mga bagong SOPs na ginawa ng PNP para hindi na mangyari itong muli? Sir?
Candidly, sir, we concentrated so much on the investigation because we are still in the process of investigating it, and then we'll see from there yung mga lapses ano ang dapat na gawin at iwasan in future operations. That's why we're still halfway through the investigation. Mga 2 weeks from now, sir, we'll know. At bang dapat na hindi gawin. Pero foremost, ang nakikita ko lang dito kasi I've been through the other plans. And I was comfortable with them. It was always with the armed forces of the Philippines. We have the equipment. We have the mechanized infantry brigades, etc. And the air assets. Pagka ganito ho kasi yung scale, has to be with the armed forces.
Maraming salamat. That's all for the first round. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, in line, Mr. Chairman, just 30 seconds, in line with Senator Sonny's intervention.
We have a order.
I know, but it's in connection with that, if I may. Since most of his questions were directed to General Espina and General Napeñas.
Madam Senator, we
Yeah.
just wait for our turn.
Can
There
you
is a
just
long.
Correct.
If I give in to that, then I have to give in to anyone who has.
It's not a question, it's a suggestion if we may subpoena the text messages between the two generals. I will manifest it because I'm number 17. May I just put on record that we subpoena the texts and the calls because that was the basis of the questions of Senator Trillanes. Thank you.
Yes, that's good. But maybe you mean the cell phones themselves. Okay.
Yes. From the whether it is Globe Smart or Sun, so that we could have an accurate assessment of the so-called text communications. Thank you.
Okay. The next senator is Senator Escudero. Senator Escudero is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kay General Napeñas, sir, una sa lahat, pakiparating po sa inyong mga opisyal at miyembro, pagbati, pasasalamat at pakikiramay, pagbati sa matagumpay na pagpatay kay Marwan, pasasalamat kaugnay ng kahandaan nilang ialay at aktual na pag-aalay nila ng kanilang buhay para sa ating bansa, at pangatlo, pakikiramay sa kanilang mga mahal sa buhay at gayon din sa inyo at sa mga may kaibigan sa may pumanaw na Foreign 44.
Maraming salamat po, Your Honor, at makakarating po sa ating mga kasamahan yung sinabi nyo.
Thank you, sir. Now, sir, tungkol po sa inyong testimonya kanina, sabi nyo 250 killed at hindi 11 tulad ng unang sinabi ng MILF o 18 tulad ng pangalawa nilang sinabi. Ano pong basihan ng 250? Is this an estimate, an intelligence information?
Ito po, Your Honor, ito po ay base mismo doon sa statement ng ating kapulisan na na-involve doon sa operations at nag-survive. Inaisa-isa po namin sila na kinunan ng salita kung ilan talaga ang tao na nakinilang tinamaan at ikinonsolidate ito ni Police Superintendent Train doon sa assault force at si P.O.T. Christopher Lalan doon sa nabuhay na membro ng 55th Special Action Company, Your Honor.
Sunod ko pong katanungan, sabi nyo, protektado ng MILF, kung tama ang pagkakaparinig ko, protektado ng MILF si Marwan. Kinukumpirma nyo po yan?
Sa aming pagtitingin at pagsusuri doon sa lokasyon na kinaroroonan ni Marwan, nasa less than 500 meters yung bahay ni Ustads Manan na isa sa mga brigade commander ng MILF.
So ito'y inference o deduction ninyo na imposibleng hindi alam at malamang protektado.
I agree with that, Your Honor.
Sinabi niyo rin po kanina na kaya isa sa mga dahilan kung ba't hindi kayo nag-coordinate sa AFP ay dahil may ugnayan tila ang MILF at ang AFP at nabubulilyaso yung mga nauna ninyong tangka. Ano rin po ang basya nun, sir?
Your Honor, hindi po yung aking pahayag. Yung paghahanda po ng Armed Forces of the Philippines Operations, naghahanda yung mga kasamahan nila, yung mga tauhan nila. At oftentimes, yung, dahil sa paghahanda sa operasyon, lumilitaw at nalalaman yun ng mga contact ng MILF na nandyan sa paligid or nandyan mismo sa mga kampo ng mga Armed Forces of the Philippines.
So kayo po mismo sang-ayon ba dun sa judgment call na yon na wag mag-coordinate muna except TOT na? Di ba? Ano po ibig sabihin ng TOT uli?
Time on target po ng assault force, Your Honor.
So doon na lamang sila bibigyan ng impormasyon dahil po sa ganyang pag-aakala ninyo?
Base na rin po doon sa experiences namin sa mga nakaraan na operations na nabanggit ko kanina, doon sa April at saka May at saka yung June 2014, Your Honor.
May binanggit po kayong pangalan ng head ng IG kung saan sabi nyo, alam niya kung bakit at paano nakatakas si Marwan noong 2012. Ano pong ibig sabihin ninyo doon?
Hindi po yung director ng IG yung nabanggit ko kanina, Your Honor. Siya po si Police Chief Superintendent Noel de los Reyes, Deputy Director ng Intelligence ng Directorate for Intelligence at that time, Your Honor.
May we ask, Madam Chair, that he be invited as well to shed light just on this specific point. Is he here? Is he here, sir?
No, sir, he's not here.
May we just ask that he be invited, Madam Chair?
Sir, may I
yes,
inform you that he has already retired from the service?
We can still invite him.
Yes, sir.
Now, to General Espina, sir, you said at close range pinutukan sa ulo yung inyong mga tauhan, yung mga SAF members natin. Based on your medical legal findings, buhay pa ba sila nung pinutukan ng malapit o hindi na?
Yung medical legal report namin, sir, may isa. Yung isa naman, sir,
may isa po na, no?
Na confirmed na pinaputukan sa ulo, malapitan kasi may smudging. Yung isa, sir, may indications sa medical legal report din, sir. And the statement of Lalan na narinig nila pinapuputukan niya isa-isa yung mga na-encuentro doon sa field.
So, ilan po yung pinaputukan na close range na sinasabi niyong isa-isa na buhay pa? Base po sa medical legal at base po sa statement ni Lalan.
Si Lalan po, sir, kinonfirm ko lang ho yung statement. Hindi ho niya malaman kung buhay pa, pero naririg niya pinapuputukan isa-isa yung mga na-encuentro ng mga kalaban.
So, hindi niya matiyak kung pinipinising lang o kung buhay pa at in-execute?
Yes, sir.
There is no way of knowing, sir? Hindi ba kaya ng medical legal yun? Dahil hindi ba, pag nagmarka yung pasa, edi buhay pa nung pinalo yun. Pag pinaputukan, iba rin po yung makikita ninyo kung buhay pa at kung hindi na buhay.
I'll inquire, sir, if it's possible to determine kung buhay pa tapos pinaputukan na sa ulo.
Kindly submit to us, sir,
Yes,
if
sir.
at all the medical legal findings,
Yes,
especially on this particular point, sir.
Will ko, sir.
Now, for both General Espina, General Napeñas, and General I noticed you were communicating based on your report, text message, and by calls. So do you confirm that there is no way that the PNP can actually communicate with the AFP and vice versa? And based on the presentation of Brigadier General De Leon a while ago, sabi nyo, nung nasa field na kayo, there was no way to contact the SAF members, the 55th pin down in the MILF side. Do you confirm that, sir? Kaya nagde-textan lang kayo? Sir, General Espina?
Yung pong sa aking part, I learned about this after 5:30 in the morning of January 25. Na-engage na ho yung mga tropa. Nagte-text po ako kay General Rusty Guerrero, who is the commander of the Western Mindanao Command. I was in Manila, he was in Zamboanga. Nung binigay ho sa akin, through text message din ako na-impormahan ni Director Leo Napeñas, I immediately called up General Guerrero. From the text message, based on the text message of Leo Napeñas. I called him up and told him, I was here in Manila and he was there in Zamboanga. Sabi ko, Mr. tulungan mo naman yung mga bata na mukhang napapa-enkwentro. You know, ang sinabi ko sa kanya. Ang sagot niya sa akin, and he recorded it in his cell phone.
Also through text or call?
No, sir. We were talking to each other.
I don't want to belabor the point, sir. The question actually is there interoperability with the communication equipment of the PNP and the AFP, either at the National Command or in the field? At your level, General Speaker?
Yes, sir. There is. It was already utilized doon sa PayPal visit. We could communicate with each other.
Not through cell phone po. I'm talking about...
No, sir. By radio.
General Napeñas, sir?
Sa tactical level at saka doon sa operational at saka doon sa tactical command post, wala po kaming communication ng radio doon sa Army. Doon sa tactical level, dahil nandoon na doon sa advanced command post yung mga Philippine Army, meron po kami yung radio doon na nakaka-directly contact doon sa mga 50-50 kasama ng ibang kumpanya po, Your Honor.
General De Leon, sir, in your presentation, you said... sorry, who made the presentation earlier? Or if I can ask our Chief of Staff. In your presentation, you said nasa field na, kaya wala na kayong contact dun sa napapalabang SAF. I refer to page 16 of your presentation, slide number 32, 9:20 a.m. Troops of the 23rd Mechanized Company, blah, 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 tried to link up with elements of 55th SAC, but fail because there is no contact and communication to them as it was in the open field. Sir?
General Pangilinan po.
General Pangilinan, sir?
Yeah, Your Honor, wala pong radio communication during that time. In fact, magkaiba po ang radio na ginagamit po ng PNP at ng Army. But there is a very it is very possible na pwede pong magkaroon ng kasunduan, kung magkakaroon ng kasunduan o pagpaplano na pwedeng yung aking radyoman could be sent with them or the radyoman could be placed on my troops so that there will be interoperability. Yan po ang kadalasan namin ginagawa.
But that was not done here?
Not done in this incident, Your Honor.
In this particular incident, it was not done? At any point in time, sir? During the entire incident, this was not done?
It was not done, Your Honor, except in the afternoon, about 1700, when I was already in the tactical command post of my brigade commander. That was the time that I have a direct, face-to-face communication with the commander of Special Action Force.
That was 12 hours mula nung nagsimula yung bakbakan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, if I may proceed, Madam Chairman, sinabi din po, General Pangilinan, dito sa presentation ninyo na hindi nyo, kayo po bang binabanggit dito, hindi nyo pinayagan yung number 3 option, pinayagan nyo yung 1 and 2. Yung number 3 option is to utilize the 105th Artillery. Referring to you, sir?
Yes, sir. Your Honor, totoo po yun. Nagpresenta po ang aking brigade commander, si Colonel Del Rosario, about the concept of reinforcement and extrication of the SAP. He gave 3 courses of action. The first one is to provide support by mechanized infantry. Second is the insertion of the Division Recon Company. And third is
artillery.
The firing of the artillery. I said on the first 2, each go. But on the second, on the third, I said, hold. Because we don't have a complete information of the actual situation that is happening on the ground, Your Honor.
Sir, can I ask, I think Secretary Gasmin can validate this too. Correct me if I'm wrong. By experience, hindi ba pag nagpasabog kayo doon ng white phosphorus, alam na ng mga kalaban ng pamahalaan doon na ang susunod doon, bomba na eh. Nagtatakbuhan na yung palayo. And white phosphorus is not deadly, correct me if I'm wrong, even if it hits somewhere near where our troops are. Is that an accurate statement, sir?
No, sir. It can cause burning to the troops.
Parang lumilia po ba siya?
Masusunog ka, sir.
But the portion where once you fire it, totoo po ba na it can provide some sort of at least leeway and time on the part of our troops dahil medyo aatras yung kalaban? By experience.
Kailangan malaman mo kung nasan yung kalaban at malaman mo kung nasan yung friendly troops so that you know where to hit.
But isn't that, sir, also a reference point? That's what is used to exactly know and find out where our troops are in relation to their enemies.
Correct, but you should know the exact location of both the enemy position and the friendly forces position.
Sir, General Pangilinan, sir, we did not know that, and we only found out about that at 5:30 p.m.
During the course of the incident, Your Honor, dahan-dahan po namin nakukuha yung mga informations. Dahil unang-una po, hindi namin alam kung ilan ang SAF na nag-operate. Hindi namin alam kung saan yung kanilang area of operation. Hindi po namin alam kung anong lugar at yung eksakto, lalong-lalo na po kung dito ay may mga civilian communities. Yun po ang mga consideration na ating pong kinukonsider in order for us yung firing po ng artillery.
To clarify, sir, so lahat ng hinahanap nyong impormasyon, nakuha nyo lamang ng alas 5:30, kaya doon pa lamang kayo nakapagpuputok ng white phosphorus?
Your Honor, sa katunayan po, doon lamang namin nalaman na meron pa palang isang grupo ng SAP that is operating. Nung una po, nung umaga, ang alam namin ay isa lamang pong grupo na which later we found out that is the 55th SAC. Hindi po namin alam na meron pa rin po palang 84th SAC. Nalaman lang po namin yan nung ako personally went to the tactical command post of my brigade at the old Capitol sa Ripagwak building, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to utilize my time, Madam Chair. Just two more points. Mr. Lidasan? Sir? And Dr. Coronel? Ma'am, MILF ang tumawag sa inyo at 7 o'clock na nagkakaroon ng bakbakan. Is that correct? Did I hear you correctly?
So, 6:38 a.m. ang tinawagan po ni Ginoong Ledyasan ay si General Galvez, who is his counterpart in our ceasefire.
And he is representing the MILF, right?
Yes, sir.
So, sir, at 6:30, alam nyo na ang kalaban ng MILF ay government troops. Because you were asking for a ceasefire already from your counterpart. So at 6:30 in the morning, the MILF knew na SAF o hindi man sundalo, basta gobyerno ang kalaban nila. Would that be an accurate statement, sir?
Ang unang information ko po sa Your Honor, sa aking pong counterpart ay pinapacheck ko po kung ano ang information dun sa bakbakan sa Tukan na Lipaw. At ang sinabi ko pa nga sa kanya is military yung engage. At ang pinaka-immediate na gagawin po dito ay isi-ceasefire na po natin. Yung,
sir, so my question at 6:30. Sir, I am presuming in the letter of Senator Cayetano a while ago na sinasabi ng MILF, sagot na raw ng Pangulo, which is not entirely accurate, ang legislative branch, ang judiciary. Here, I'm assuming too, when we say MILF, we're talking to one unit. So at 6:30, alam na ng MILF na ang kalaban nila, government troops, whether policeman o sundalo.
Opo, Your Honor.
Why did it take, how many hours, ma'am? 6 to 7 hours bago masabihan. Because the SAF could have easily called up their units, may radio communication naman at cellphone at tigil. But why did it take 6 to 7 hours before the MILF could instruct and order their men on the field to stop firing? And in fact, they only stopped firing when everyone was already dead.
Your Honor, ang una po sinabi ko sa counterpart po namin ay isi-ceasefire na po natin ito at ito po ang instruction ng aming leadership po sa Darapanan. Ang continuing engagement po namin sa counterpart with the government is paano ho namin isi-ceasefire. And umabot na nga po sa point na we organize po yung task force and move to the area. Relayed na po yung mga information sa grounds, pero yung pag-execute po ng ceasefire ay hindi po madali with considering po yung situation sa ground at yung mga communication po na constraints. Yun po ang nagiging elemento kung bakit po kami din po nahirapan.
But sir, my question is, we have ongoing peace talks between the two of us, meaning government and MILF. At the first information na nalaman yung government forces yon, hindi pala sila nilusob ng BIFF, hindi pala Abu Sayyaf yon, hindi pala ibang lawless elements yon. Gobyerno to. Hindi ba dapat ang immediate reaction, tigil na agad? Whether tinawagan nyo, whether sinabihan nyo, whether kinausap nyo, shouldn't that be the immediate reaction? The AFP clearly played its role insofar as their commitments is concerned. They sought clarification. They didn't want to perhaps make the conflict or conflagration bigger. But on the part of the MLF, sir, I'm curious, bakit hindi po ganun? Kung alam na pala nyo, 6 a.m. pa lang, 6:30, na gobyerno yung kalaban nyo.
Ganun din po talaga ang aming intention, sir, Your Honor. Isa-separate po namin kagad, ceasefire, separate po namin, disengage ang situation sa ground. Kaya lang po, yung coordination po ang naging problema. Una-una, wala kami natanggap na coordination, but still, we wanted to coordinate our efforts to really effect this ceasefire as soon as possible. And tinawagan po namin ang mga ground commanders at hindi ko po intention na pangunahin yung investigasyon. Pero ang una pong sinabi na sa amin, sila ang unang pinutukan at 2 po agad ang tinamaan at 1 po ang namatay sa tropa namin na na-engage nung staff doon sa may tukan na lipaw po. At ito na nga po sinabi ko sa subsequent na mga communication sa counterpart and which we are very engaged po and had very good efforts jointly during that incident, tragic incident. Paano po tayo makakapunta kaagad sa area at i-coordinate po natin mabuti yung efforts? Dahil ayaw po namin itong nangyari. Wala pong may gusto po sa nangyari na ito. Pati po kami pinatayan din po at marami din pong wounded, Your Honor po. Thank you.
Wala naman po talaga may gusto nung nangyari. One last point, Madam Chair, just a question to Secretary De Lima. Ma'am, just to clarify, correct me if I'm wrong. As a lawyer and Secretary of Justice, a peace agreement does not and will not change our criminal laws.
Yes, sir. Definitely.
The peace agreement does not grant amnesty. Does it?
Yes, Your Honor. It does not.
It does not.
Yes.
So kung lalabas po halimbawa sa investigasyon ng crime laboratory ng PNP na buhay pa, meaning hindi na in self-defense, charges can be filed, notwithstanding the ongoing peace agreements. Is that the position of the DOJ, ma'am?
Subject to the results of the investigation, yes. Because our position, Your Honors, is that the fact that there is an existing peace agreement between the GPH and MILF does not affect the powers of the state to enforce its laws and run after violators of the laws.
Regardless of any such agreement?
Yes, Your Honors, it does not. It cannot suspend the authority of the state to enforce its laws.
May I know, ma'am, by way of a parallel question, do you remember the Al-Barca incident wherein 24 or so of our soldiers, very much like this incident, supposedly stepped on the line, nag-stepping on the line daw sila, lumampas at pumasok sa territory na ng MILF, and they were killed. In fact, some of them were beheaded. May I know if the DOJ is doing something also along those lines? Because it's very similar.
Check, Your Honors. I'm sorry, I don't know the status of the criminal cases filed, if there have been criminal charges or criminal cases filed with President.
General Katapang, sir, just one question on that. Ano pong status nun? Naalala niyo po yun? I'm sure that's difficult to forget as well.
Based on our investigation, there was a punishment for the officers who were commanding, and that cost his going down to about 25 piles, and he not being recommended for promotion.
But sir, that's what's sad eh. Yung opisyal na nagkamali, pinarusahan at kinort-martial, pero yung pumatay at namugot, my question is, were cases even filed against them, even John Doe's?
There's an ongoing investigation on that.
How long was that ago, sir?
I think
That was 2010, 2011, if I'm not mistaken. Secretary De Lima, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor. I was just reminded by General Espina that indeed criminal cases have been filed against 100 or so accused. And in fact, warrants of arrest have been issued, although there have been there are several John Does in that particular criminal information. So there are cases filed, Your Honors.
One last question on that point, Madam Chair, and I will yield. Secretary Deles, are you aware of these? And what is the government panel that's supposed to be protecting the side of government doing about these things?
May I be clarified, sir, about which
warrants of arrest were issued, according to them, and that particular encounter involved the MILF. Is that even being talked about? Is government even insisting on that?
Yes, Your Honor. If our Justice Department or any other department in government says that certain things have to happen, then certainly that is communicated.
So they haven't,
to the
ma'am?
MILF.
So they haven't?
In the matter of the law enforcement with Albarca, Your Honor, I understand that it was not seen that OPAP needed to play a role here.
It was not, ma'am?
It was. I think it was not seen that OPAP needed to have a role here because the security forces took over the investigation. The DOJ has its role.
Ma'am, there are already warrants of arrest. Aren't you discussing or taking this up even with your counterparts? Naoy, cooperate. I bring this up, ma'am, because this might fall under the same category again, and I would want to avoid that situation.
Your Honor, we have at every point, including now, very strongly expressed the need for cooperation and accountability of the MILF, Your Honor.
Can you give us an update, ma'am, as well on this Albarca incident or update insofar as the warrants of arrest too? At another time po. Hindi na po ngayon.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you,
Madam Chair, just a follow-up on one point on Senator Escudera's question.
Yes, Senator Jun.
If I may, on Mr. Ladyasan, ang sinabi niyo po, alas 6 ng umaga, alam niyo na ang tropa ng pamahalaan ang na-engage nitong MILF. Is that a correct recollection?
Opo, ang una po naming pagkakaalam based sa aming information is military po yung na-engage.
Whether military or police, pamahalaan.
Opo, sir.
Now, so nag-request ka ng ceasefire. Is that to your counterpart in the government peace panel or to whoever in the government?
I did not request po. Ang sinabi ko po sa kanila, Your Honor, is we will work out on the ceasefire as soon as possible and we will work together po.
All right. Now, did you make a similar request to the MILF commanders, knowing na gobyerno ang kaharap?
Yes, opo sir. In fact, I relayed the instructions sa Darapanan, yung leadership po ng Bangsamoro Islamic Armed Forces na we have to ceasefire po. Ang problema po kasi sa situation sa ground, ang hirap na po yung close encounter, ang dami po kasi naging constraints. At ang situation po is parang self-defense at battle for survival po. Ang hirap po ng encounter po.
Did you say that you relayed instructions to the BIFF?
Sorry po, Your Honor, I meant po BIAF, the military structure of the MILF. AF.
BIAF, not
Opo,
BIAF.
Your Honor.
So, in fact, you're saying now that there was also a request for a ceasefire on your end, but you could not implement it? Is that what you're saying?
To effect ho, ganun po dahil po sa ang hirap ng situation po sa ground, close encounter at talaga po ang sabi po nga po nila nung commanders po sa area ang galing po nung ka-engage at hirap na hirap po din po sila.
Is this a failure of the chain of command, if any, exists in the MILF?
Hindi po sir, buong puso po kami nagko-coordinate, nakikipagtulungan sa gobyerno sa simula pa po sa simula. At ang aming pong pwersa ay buong puso din po nagpatupad ng kanilang kooperasyon through the mechanism po ng GPH sa MILF sa CCC sa the protocols. At sa lahat po ng ginawa po niyon ay wala po kaming engagement with the government at ang dami po naming mga successes sa ginawa pong ganong klaseng pagtutulungan po, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We will now proceed with our next. Senator Soto, for your questions, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to be as brief as possible. My extra minutes, I would like to donate to the resident military expert in the Senate, Senator Honasan Sr., and military expert inside and outside the Constitution, Mr. President. At the outset, allow me to just for the record, say that I will have no reason whatsoever to doubt the initial findings of the Board of Inquiry, because the chairman now, who is the CIDG chief, used to be one of my best operating officers when I was head of the Dangerous Drugs Board. He was the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency operations then. So I know the man. Anyway, the beginning of this operation, and perhaps General Magalong or Secretary Marojas may answer this. The beginning of this operation was attributed to a warrant of arrest. Has anybody here seen or taken hold of that warrant of arrest?
Sir, we have Your Honor, we have copies of the warrants of arrest of both Basit Usman and Marwan.
What court issued it?
Sir, we have a copy. Unfortunately, sir, hindi ko sir gaanong alam sir yung detalye sir kung saan korte. But we can provide you sir copies of the warrants of arrest.
Yeah, okay. That includes the crime committed in Indonesia, no?
No, sir. Dito lang po sa
dito lang
Philippines,
sa
sir.
atin.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, are you willing to submit? Is it proper to submit to the
Yes, sir.
committee copies?
We will
of this
provide you
warrant of
copies of the warrants of arrest.
Itong simula di ba? So,
yes, sir.
Yes, please. Thank you very much then. Now, let me go to General Napeñas. Where were you during the incident? Sabi ninyo doon kayo sa tactical command post.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Saan po yung tactical command post?
The tactical command post for the operations is located with the 43rd Special Action Company headquarters, co-located with the Maguindanao Police Provincial Police Office in Sharif Agwak, Maguindanao, sir.
Malayo sa Mamasapano. Mamasapano. That's the way they pronounce it in Mindanao.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mamasapano.
That's approximately 10 to 11 kilometers from the advanced command post, Your Honor.
All right. And Senator Osmeña and I are interested in how you monitored the events and the incident. By radio, meron ba kayong access to a drone or something to that effect para ma-monitor nyo yung mga pangyayari?
We monitored through our radio communication system, tactical radios. Then we monitored through another radio communication system, which is the Motorola. Then we have satellite phone and we have individual cell phones, Your Honor.
That's it. No access
Yes, Your
to
Honor.
any high-tech gadgets. No access to any high-tech gadgets.
The Philippine National Police Special Action Force has no high-tech gadget. We are limited to the Harris radio, Motorola radio, satellite phone, and individual cell phone, Your Honor.
All right. Just one more question. To clear also some of the reports, perhaps Secretary Roxas may be able to give us a reaction. There was a statement by the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI Los Angeles, David Bowditch, and part of his statement reads, quote, "Although the results of the DNA examinations do not provide absolute identification, the results do support that the biological sample provided by Philippine authorities came from Marwan." What is your comment on this, Secretary Roxas?
Thank you, sir. Sir, that phrase is embodied sa sulat na pinadala ng FBI at opisyal na natanggap ng PNP. At sa aking pagkaunawa po, yung DNA testing is never 100%. What they have are degrees of probability. Ang pagkaunawa ko po is that yung kapatid ni Marwan ay bihag din doon sa Amerika or in one of their prisons. No? So kinumpara yung DNA ni Marwan doon sa record ng DNA ng kanyang kapatid na nagpapakita na very high ang overlap. In short, parehas ang magulang nito. Parang yun ang sinasabi.
Ang degree. So, are they practically sure? Are they somewhat sure? Are they sure?
Sa aking pagbasa ng sulat ay they are sure, except that scientifically nga, hindi talaga 100%. Pero ganun na nga. Sir, the only way that you can be 100% is kung merong DNA ni Marwan noon at ikukumpara mo sa DNA niya na nakuhang sample. Yun, 1:1 yun.
Alright.
Ang ginawang proseso dito is yung kapatid ni Marwan may DNA at itong si Marwan may DNA at yun ang ipinag-compare.
For the record also, ang siguro, General Benji, ano bang finger ang pinutol? Yung kausap namin ni Senator Hanasan na isa sa mga survivors doon sa 13 na pumasok. Sinisenya sa akin yung thumb eh. Ano bang pinutol?
Your Honor,
ano bang dinala nila?
It's the index finger, Your Honor.
So itong...
Index finger, Your Honor.
Index finger?
Yes. Intuturo po.
So maaaring nung kaguluhan, medyo nalilito lang sila nung pinanonood nilang pinuputol or something like that. You are 100% sure. Do you have pictures of the actual finger?
None, Your Honor. Wala po kaming pictures.
Secretary Roxas.
Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, in the interest of finding out, perhaps the SAF commander can know, because which of his men that sample did not pass through the PNP. That was I don't know. I think the SAF provided it, and eventually it got to the FBI. So they would be in the best position to know kanino nila binigay yung operatives, no? Kanino nila binigay yung sample na yun.
Sige, General Napeñas. Kasi ang pagkakaalam namin, pinutol, dala-dala ng team leader, napatay yung team leader, kinuha ng mga kasama, na itawid ng ilog. Sino yun at kanino ibinigay?
Tama po yun, Your Honor. Ang pumutol doon sa kamay niya ay si late Police Senior Inspector Tabdi. Na ipasa niya yun kay Police Superintendent Train. at yun ay nadala doon sa headquarters ng 43rd SAC doon sa TCP. At ako mismo nakita ko yung index finger na nakabalot ng isang plastic. Makikita po natin doon sa picture niya, dahil kulang na yung nung namatay siya, makikita doon yung kamay na naputol na.
So yun
Your
yung
Honor.
siguradong dala, yung nakita ninyo sa picture, ha?
Your Honor, pinakita sa akin mismo ni Superintendent Train na nakabalot ng plastic na yung daliri na naputol doon kay Marwan, Your Honor.
Alright, thank you. Madam Chair, I will terminate. Dinala sa kanila. Saan diniliver yung initially? Yung,
doon po sa Tactical Command Post, Your Honor.
Doon sa inyo, sa Tactical Command Post. Doon
Yes,
dinala.
Your
At
Honor.
kayo naman, pinadala ninyo o merong representative ng FBI doon sa Tactical Command?
Hindi po ako ang nagbigay na dahil nandoon po kay Superintendent Train yun, nakita ko lang. Dahil inilagay na doon sa freezer dahil nangangamoy na at later nga na ibigay na nila. Wala akong knowledge kung sino nagbigay from among doon sa troopers ng SAF doon sa FBI, Your Honor.
Who would know? Paano nakarating sa FBI, Benji?
Your Honor, the finger was actually around, that was Tuesday or Wednesday kasi sir hinahanap ko rin yung specimen. Ang sabi sir sa akin ni Raymond Train, sir, on the way na po yung tao po sir natin papunta po sa Jensen dahil nandun na po yung dalawang FBI agents. We have the name of the sir, yung mga FBI agents. Doon na sir kinuha yung tinanggap sir yung specimen and properly received sir with the right
Alright.
receipt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will terminate my questions at this point.
Senator Gringo, I will just add to the question in line of the same line of questioning as Senator Soto. With regards to the body of Marwan, ito po ay medyo malapit sa MILF territory, hindi po ba nabanggit po ninyo ng MILF na ito ay a few hundred meters away? Tama ba ako? Ito ba ay nasa teritoryo ng BIFF or MILF? Si Marwan nung nakita. Sa MILF po, kahit sino po sa inyong dalawa.
Your Honor po, yung as to the exact location po, yung saan naburi o natago yung body ni Marwan ay hindi po namin na clear. Pero yung area po kung saan siya napatay ay area po ng BIFF, yung Bangsamoro Islamic Freedom Fighter. At kung correct po ang aming information, at doon din po siya inilibing sa area ng BIFF.
So yung katawan niya, yung impormasyon ninyo ay nalibing na doon sa teritoryo ng BIFF?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Mga gaano kalayo yun sa inyong teritoryo?
Yung area po ng information namin, hindi ko po masabi kung saan for security concern, ay it's a civilian community. Hindi natin masabi po na talagang haven or area po ng anumang grupo dahil ang tao po doon ay halo doon sa napaglibingan po ng katawan ng nasabing si Marwan po.
Sige. Senator Gringo. Senator Hanasan.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair. Sa ating mga resource persons, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Ito pong hinaharap natin na sitwasyon ay napakaselan. Very sensitive because may national security implications, may political implications, may constitutional implications, may legal, may social, may economic, may religious pa nga po na implications ito. At nababanggit din yung posibleng epekto nito dun sa kasalukuyang usaping pangkapayapaan. Kaya mula dun sa pinagmulan nito, yung planning, yung intelligence reports, dapat naging maingat. Sa puntong ito po, Madam Chair, with your permission, let me refer to the highest authority, legal authority in the Executive Department, Secretary Laila. Pag may duda po, may gray area, whether may ongoing peace process, I guess, please tell the committee if all these doubts have to be resolved in terms of the highest law of the land, the Constitution. Is this an accurate statement?
Certainly, Your Honor.
Opo. So, nasa core principles ng ating saligang batas, yung pangangalaga sa territorial integrity, national sovereignty, at napapaloob din dyan, yung protection, nasa Bill of Rights po ito, no? Sa Section 3, kung hindi ako nagkakamali. Protection of lives, protection of life, liberty, and property. Pero unang-una pong binanggit yung life. In other words, pag may duda, pag may sitwasyon, when you invoke the right to life, lahat ho ng konsiderasyon tabi na. Basta't buhay ang pinag-uusapan.
That is correct. In the hierarchy of rights, particularly human rights, right to life is primordial. It's the number one right.
Yes, ma'am. Maraming salamat po. Pangalawa po, Madam Chair, sa aking pananaw po, hanggang sa puntong ito, ang pinanggagalingan ng ating impormasyon ay news reports. Ang news report po ay news, nasasagot minsan yung what, when, where, who. Paminsan-minsan po, pahapyaw, nasasagot yung why, pero a news report is a news report. A news report is not an official report. Secretary Rojas, may I...
Yes, sir.
So, a news report, can we agree that a news report is not an official report?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. So, I will go to that later. Now, let me address Police Director General, OIC Espina.
Yes, sir.
Dindo, no?
Yes, sir.
You are the highest ranking police officer.
Yes, sir.
Technically, this operation was to serve warrants of arrest.
Yes, sir.
Okay. May kasabihan tayo noon, kahit na dun sa pinanggalingan nating eskwela, na a commander is responsible for two things: the welfare of his men and the accomplishment of the mission.
Yes, sir.
A commander at whatever levels is also responsible for what his unit, his men, do or fail to do.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let me address Leo, Chief Superintendent Napeñas. Leo, from an old soldier to a young and better soldier, I think. The only way you can honor our fallen brothers in arms, the so-called heroes, is to tell the truth and to stay the course, whatever the consequences are. Okay. Alam mo rin, Leo, as the commander of a special unit like the SAP, I'm not downgrading lives here. In training or in actual combat, there is an acceptable casualty rate. As long as you are able to balance the accomplishment of the mission, which is primary, and the welfare and safety of your men. These two complement each other. Hindi pwedeng puro mission lang, baka wala ka ng taong pang-accomplish ng mission. Hindi rin pwedeng puro welfare of the men, dahil who will attend to the mission? Is this an accurate recollection?
Yes, sir. That is very true.
In other words, given this, our men, tayo, ikaw, when we took our oath as police officers to be members of one of the legally authorized armed groups in our democratic society, tanggap na natin na kasama yan. Our job description tells us, almost literally, that in the performance of duty, you must be willing to die or you must be willing to do what is necessary to accomplish your mission.
Yes, Your Honor. Nabanggit ko na nga po dyan sa opening statement ko kanina that we knew the high risk of our chosen profession that we may lose our lives in doing so, Your Honor.
Thank you, Superintendent Napeñas. Madam Chair, my next questions will be answerable by yes or no because I direct this again to Director General OIC Dindo Espina. Nagsisimula po ito sa intelligence report, yung referred to kanina as an intelligence packet. Is this correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you furnish the committee a copy of this? Subject to security requirements, classification.
We will comply, sir.
After an intelligence report, we move into a project proposal.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That exists. Madam Chair, kaya ko po binibigyan ng din ito dahil from the intelligence report or a consolidation of the same, you move into a project proposal and then you develop an operations plan. And then you execute, and after execution, there is an after operations report. Madam Chair, to our resource persons, no, Dindo.
Yes, sir.
These are all written, documented, signed with a distribution list based on the need-to-know basis, correct?
It's supposed to be, sir, but it was not submitted to us.
Yes,
yes, sir.
Dindo,
That's correct, sir. That's correct.
Yes or no lang ito, no?
Yes,
Because
sir.
I'm not interested in who.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why do we do this? As mandated by law, it pinpoints authority, sino ang sumulat, sino ang pinadalhan, at sino ang binigyan ng kopya.
Yes, sir.
Is this correct? It pinpoints responsibility. It pinpoints, if warranted, accountability.
Yes, sir.
So, please furnish the committee, with your permission, Madam Chair, copies of this. So,
Your Honor.
yes.
The only thing that was submitted to us during the course of the investigation by the BOI is only the intelligence packet. All others, none.
Dindo, there is no correct or wrong answer here.
Yes, sir.
When you do not submit, you will have to explain to the committee, through the chair, why you cannot submit such a document.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, coordination, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, has been mentioned here. Coordination is not an abstract term. Coordination is a written and documented ingredient of an operations plan. In fact, whether you're talking about the ceasefire mechanisms or the planning stage or the project proposal, coordination, in fact, considering the many dimensions of this, cannot be verbal. It cannot be a text message. In fact, it is proactive because, as we now have experienced, at alam po ito ni Professor Ferrer, proactive ito dahil iniiwasan natin na magkaputukan. Once magkaputukan, ang hirap pigilin niya. Like in this case, it took us almost 12 hours to stop the fighting. Is this an accurate observation?
Yes, sir.
Finally, Madam Chair, because I've been warned that I have 1 minute, although Senator Soto has donated some of his time to me. Madam Chair, may I respectfully submit through the chair of the committee, and this is a request to both Secretary Gasmin and Secretary Rojas, that we instruct our subordinates within the chain of command to refrain from making public statements that will not reflect the accuracy, the complete picture of what happened prematurely until a terminal report or a consolidated report is given to the committee. Why? Because every name that we mention, every unit that we mention, implies
that perceptions, baka ho magkaroon ng idea yung mga kababayan natin na meron tayong inaabsuelto o inaakusa at pinagbibintangan at hinuhusgahan. In fact po, Madam Chair, as a final statement, before I close my remarks and my questions for this round, ito hong sinasabing there are about 6 to 8 agencies investigating this. This is not accurate, Madam Chair. That is the identified, duly constituted, legally authorized agencies. As we speak, kanya-kanya hong investigasyon yan. Kanya-kanyang witness. Ang mahirap po nito, in terms of public perception, at kanya-kanya ng verdict. And this is not the first time that this has happened. Pag-iingatan ho natin ito dahil lives, again, are involved. Reputations are involved. The integrity of certain units are involved. And the life of the nation is involved. So, pag-iingatan ho natin ito, and I am happy that this hearing has commenced so that we can put all this in perspective. And lastly, of course, which I reiterated earlier, the security consideration. More than anything else, when we put the lives of witnesses, our operatives, whether they are members of the police force or the armed forces, innocent civilians or even rebels, in jeopardy, then we must invoke the core principles of our highest law of the land. Salamat po, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Honasan. This is in line also of the question of Senator Honasan and then also the question of Senator Gingona. Are you familiar, sir, I know you're with the PNP, but are you familiar, Chief Superintendent Napeñas, on the SMEAC, SMEAC, Situation, Mission, Execution, Administration, Communication?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the reason why I'm asking this is, bago po kasi kayo sumalakay o gumawa ng isang operasyon, may paper trail po, tama?
Meron po yung tinatawag na operation plan, Your Honor.
Yung operation plan na yon, for the record, I would like for you to submit that.
We will submit, Your Honor.
Kasi po inako ninyo from the very beginning na inyo pong judgment call ito, and this will lead to your question, Senator Gingona, inyong judgment call po ito. Tama po ba?
Yung sinabi ko kanina, yung judgment call po, yung pagsasabi kay OIC PNP, si Police Deputy Director General Espina, na nandoon na yung tropa, nasasabihan ko siya.
Opo. So, ang ibig sabihin po kasi, alam niyo naman pong may suspension order, di ba, yung ombudsman. So, this judgment call could jeopardize actually your situation because kung sakasakali pong mapatunayan na you broke the chain of command at meron pong hindi sunod sa tamang decorum o kung ano man yung mga batas, ay maaari pong yung mismo ninyong retirement o yung mismong pension ninyo na 36 years ninyong pinaghirapan ay biglang pwede pang ma-question. Ngayon ay inalis kayo sa SAF pero nandyan pa rin po kayo sa PNP. Ang sinasabi ko lang po, syempre may mga tungkulin tayong dapat protektahan pero kailangan din yung katotohanan ko ano talaga yung nangyari ang papairalin natin at sa inyo meron din po kasing mga repercussions na maaaring mangyari dahil nga sinasabi ninyo yun ang desisyon ninyo pero inutos ng wala nang dapat otoridad tungkol dito. So yun lamang po at si Senator Gingona na po ang magtatanong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. General Purisima, anong nasa utak po ninyo nung sinabi nyo nung inorderan mo si General Napeñas na wag na sabihin sa dalawa? So in effect, kasi inorderan mo siya na not to follow the chain of command because the immediate superior of General Napeñas is General Espina. Ano pong nasa utak ninyo? Anong motivation ninyo para sabihin yan?
Your Honor, Madam Chair, during my preventive suspension, I did not give any orders to any PNP official or personnel regarding Oplan Exodus. But if ever I uttered words to that effect, it was in the form of an advice, not as a directive or order. This may be also in support to their plan that they will inform everyone time on target. As a decorated law enforcement officer and director of PNP's Special Action Force, no less, Your Honor, Police Director Napeñas knows very well that he cannot and should not follow orders from anyone who is not in the chain of command, such as from a suspended police officer.
But we know from the narration, the way it seems, he was really taking instructions from you. Certainly not from General Espina. And if he was receiving instructions, then you were giving orders.
No, Your
And
Honor.
if you say it was a suggestion, I mean, come on, let's not play around with words here.
Your Honor, I just gave advice.
Advice?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you know that by also saying that you also impliedly told him not to follow an agreement? Did General Napeñas, did you inform the AJAG of the police action? Yes or no lang po?
Yes, sir, I did inform the AJAG in the morning in the person of Brigadier General Orense.
In the morning, when the agreement with the MILF says prior coordination, not immediately when the operation starts. Are you aware of that?
If I may, I read the provision of the...
Read the 1997 agreement.
No.
It says prior coordination. If we want to be specific about it, let's go to the agreement.
It's not in the agreement, Your Honor. This is the revised joint APPNP operational...
No, General. No. I'm talking of the agreement between the government and the MILF that has been violated. Don't give me that about internal memos. No. I'm talking of the agreement. But anyway, while you're reading the agreement, General Purisima, what was really your role here?
Your Honor, initially, during the operations in that area for the Terminator 2, I was still the chief of the Philippine National Police and I supervised the operation. But
Let's talk about Wolverine.
Wolverine, Your Honor, is April 23, Wolverine 2, and Wolverine 3 is June.
Let's talk about Mamasapano incident.
Your
What was
Honor,
your role there? What was your role there?
I have no role in that operation.
So you
Your
were
Honor.
just advising, giving suggestions. Am I correct?
Your Honor, during the time that the Police Director Napeñas informed me that they already jumped off, that was already in the morning.
You mean you also did not know anything about it?
I did not know that the PNP Special Action Force, Your Honor, that they jumped off already.
You did not know.
I did not
So
know,
who
Your Honor.
knew? Napeñas by himself? General Napeñas? You, by your lonesome, knew about it? General Espina, General Purisima did not know about it, and you, by your lonesome, knew about it? I don't think that's very credible. I mean, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Answer, General Napeñas.
On January 19, Your Honor, I received a text message from General Purisima.
From whom?
From General Purisima.
Go ahead.
If I may read it, Your Honor. January 19, 2015, that's about 6:31 in the evening. Leo, what is your plan? I responded, Sir, good PM. The plan for the operation is a go on the timeline, which is this January 23 to 26. The troops will move from Zamboanga.
So General Purisima knew about it beforehand because that's January 19. You received a what? A text from him?
If I may finish the text message, Your Honor. The troops will move from Zamboanga to Central Mindanao on January 21 to 22, 2015, while intelligence will closely monitor the situation en route to the entry. There is no problem in the target area as of the moment. In the target area, preparations continue so the troops are ready once situation in entry route is good. the warring faction engaged, and the entry of the Philippine Army is the factor denying us safe entry, sir.
Okay, again. So, who ordered you to go into this operation on that day?
As I mentioned earlier, Your Honor, the Terminator 1, Terminator 3, and
Who? Let's answer the question. I'm asking who. I'm not talking about Terminator 1. Who? We're talking about Mamasapano incident. Come on.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. It's a continuing operations which was previously approved by Police Director General Purisima when he was still then the Chief PNP on the Terminator 1, Your Honor.
When was that? When was that?
That was in November 29 of 2014, Your Honor.
So who ordered you on that day to go into the operations of the Mamasapano incident?
There was no direct order for me, Your Honor, but I based that decision to go based on the continuing operations which we have done.
So you decided by yourself. I'm not asking for your basis. I'm not asking for your basis. I'm asking you who decided.
It's me who decided to go on that window, January 23 to 26, based on the text message that I sent to Police Director General Purisima, Your Honor.
General Purisima, do you confirm that? That you did not give any orders on that date, on those dates?
Yes, Your Honor, I confirm that. I did not give any order for PNP staff to go in
Okay.
those dates of operation.
Okay. Let's go back to the first question. What was your motivation in giving the advice? Not to tell the Chief PNP, and not to tell the Secretary of the DILG. Tapos sabi mo pa, ako nang bahala kay, ano pong sinabi nyo? Kay Katapang. Ano ba ibig sabihin ng ako nang bahala kay Katapang? Ano bang what was your motivations in doing this?
Your Honor, the plan of the PNP staff is to inform everybody time on target. And I was just following their plan, Your Honor.
You were following, General, come on. You were following their plan by giving the advice not to tell the Chief PNP and the Secretary of the DILG. Come on, General. Let's be reasonable here.
Your Honor, under rule number 4.
Nako, General, don't give me rules. I'm asking about your motivation. Yung nasa loob mo, ba't mo ginawa yun?
There's no motivation, Your Honor. That is just following what was written in their plan, that they will give the information time on target. And that included me, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, obviously the response is not adequate. You can read all the rules about your plans and everything. I'm just asking about your motivation for saying that.
There is no further motivation, Your Honor. That is just what was written in the plan. I agreed with that plan, Your Honor.
Well, I think it's obvious to everyone that your answer is not acceptable, but yes.
General Purisima, the pre-operations meetings were held in the White House, where you are supposed to reside. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So the pre-operations meeting were held in the White House. This was after December 4, 2014.
Yes, Your Honor.
And December 4, 2014 was the date you were suspended.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you were holding meetings in the White House, notwithstanding the fact that you were already suspended.
Your Honor, they were just updating me on what has been, what was the progress of their operation, Your Honor. I did not give any instructions to them, Your Honor.
You did not participate in the meetings?
I participated. I listened to the meetings, Your Honor.
You participated by simply listening?
Yes, Your Honor.
You did not say anything?
Because in the updates of their plan, Your Honor, I think that is already correct, Your
So,
Honor.
yeah, you did not say anything.
No, Your Honor.
How many meetings were there?
About 2 meetings, Your Honor.
And how long did the meetings last?
Maybe 30 minutes, Your Honor.
30 minutes. So in those 2 meetings, 30 minutes each, you just kept your mouth shut.
I may have given observations, Your Honor, but I'm not very particular with what they
What
will be doing.
observations were these?
The observations, Your Honor, is that they will be moving on the time of their departure, Your Honor. That
What specifically was the observation?
the observation, Your Honor, is they should consider more on the time of their departures and their arrivals, Your Honor.
Ganun lang
Ganun lang, Your
observation.
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Alright. Pero sinabi mo rin na huwag mo nang sabihin kay Espina at kay Roxas. Not probably on that occasion, but in a previous occasion.
Yes, Your Honor, but that is not given as an order.
That's
but
an advice.
Yes, Your Honor.
Alright. In your hierarchy among the military, what's the difference between an advice and a command? It's difficult for me as a civilian to make a distinction when it comes from my commander, whether or not when the moment he opens his mouth, that they command to me.
Your Honor, a command should be followed, and advice may not be followed, Your Honor.
See. Now, there were also meetings in Camp Diwa. Is that correct?
I'm not privy to that meeting, Your Honor.
Napeñas, were there meetings in Camp Diwa?
Yes, Your Honor, we
Bagong
did.
Diwa, I mean. Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor, at the headquarters of the Special Action Force, where we did most of the mission planning, including in Zamboanga, Your Honor.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to supplement the Senator Gigo.
Alam niyo po, General Purisima, mabuti naman at dumadalo kayo sa aming pagdinig. Kaya lang po, naging kasaysayan na rin na may mga kasagutan kasi na hindi po nagkakatugma-tugma sa mga dapat na maging kasagutan dito. Halimbawa na lang, yung sinasabi nga ninyo, advice and command. Sabi niyo yung difference. An advice doesn't necessarily have to be followed. So, my question would be to you, Superintendent Napeñas, sinabi ba niya, ito, payo lang ito Sinabi ba niya yon? Payo lang ito, wag niyo munang sabihin kay Secretary Roxas o kay General Espina.
Wala pong ganon, Your Honor. Yung nasabi ko, yun lang po ang statement. Wala
So, ang
pong
ibig
sinabi
sabihin
ng
po ay, pwede bang napagkamalan din po ninyo ito na isang order?
Yung sinabi ko, kinonsidered ko yung statement na yon, Your Honor. Sa kadahilanan, yung sitwasyon na sinama kami ni General Purisima doon sa Malacanang at nandun si Police Senior Superintendent Mendez at nagre-render ako ng mission update. At yun ay sitwasyon na sa aking pananaw at yung kinonsider ko yung sinabi nga niya at naging judgment ko yun na impormahan si OIC PNP time on target na po, Your Honor.
Opo. Pinapaalala ko lang po sa iyo, alam ko nag-iingat din kayo dahil maraming nakasalalay dito, Pero yung sa sarili ninyo, lalong-lalo na kung katotohanan naman ang inyong ipinapalabas, 36 na taon na serbisyo na ibinigay ninyo, na binasa ninyo ang lahat ng inyong mga nagawa. Hindi naman po matatawaran ang serbisyo na yan. Pero dahil po dito ay pwede pong grave misconduct at unprofessionalism sapagkat suspendido po ang kausap ninyo. Ngayon, pinapaalala ko lang po yan dahil hindi naman para iangat ninyo ang sarili ninyo sa lahat ng inyong responsibilidad. Hindi po. Pinapaalala ko lang po na ang responsibilidad ngayon sa araw na ito, syempre, ay ang katotohanan na lumabas. Gusto ko rin tanungin, dahil inako na po ninyo halos lahat ng responsibilidad dito Hindi naman kayo pwedeng sumalakay na walang pera. Hindi naman din kayo pwedeng sumalakay na walang preparasyon. Mga baril, mga kagamitan, ang dinig ko po, ang mga baril na ginamit dito ay hindi basta-basta. Magagandang klase, pati yung mga night vision goggles na ginamit. Tanong ko lang po din sa inyo, saan po nanggaling ang pera? Sino pong nag-abot sa inyo? Ano pong opisina nang galing yan?
Yung pera po na ginamit sa operations na ito, Your Honor, galing po sa Special Action Force. Ang nag-provide ng pera sa mga nagtrabaho ng kapulisan po natin ay yung aming controller officer, Your Honor.
So, magkano po lumalabas sa tingin nyo ang gastusin? Kasi kahit naman saan kayo pupunta, meron kayong gagastusin eh. Sa pagkakaalam nyo, hindi man lang kabuuan, parte man lang, magkano po?
Sa particular na operation ito, Your Honor, hindi bumababa sa 100,000. Yung mga nauna, mas marami dahil doon sa preparasyon na mas matagal, Your Honor.
Siguro gusto namin tawagin sa susunod na pagdinig ang controller ninyo para malaman natin kung saan nagmula yan. Kasi minsan, di ba, yun ang pinakamabilis na matugis natin kung saan sa pagsusunod kung saan galing yung pera na yan. Dahil imposibleng 100,000 lang yan. Marahil yung mga equipment kasi matagal na ninyong nabili. Bigyan nyo nga ako ng... Hindi, kaya nga po. Maaari kasi yung mga equipment na yun matagal na sa kanila. Pero meron bang pinanggalingan ang mga baril na yan? Yan ba ay galing lahat sa gobyerno natin?
Yung baril po na gamit po ng Special Action Force, Your Honor.
So, ito na lang po. Meron kasi napabalita at hindi naman ako nagtatanong sa tama yung sinabi ni Senator Gringo, marami ay galing sa news report. So, hindi natin masasabi dahil hindi naman to sinumpa ang salaysay. Subalit, meron daw isa dun sa Seaborne Command na kumuha ng video na nagsasabing merong parang drone. Ito ba'y napansin ninyo? Ito ba'y alam ninyo?
Doon sa pag-stay ko doon sa Tactical Command Post, Your Honor, wala akong nakita na drone na lumilipad doon sa Tactical Command Post. Yung napabalita sa news na kinunan ng video doon mismo sa area, tulad ng sinabi ko kanina, that is approximately 10 to 11 kilometers. Napakalayo po para makita
So you're
wala
about
po
10 to
nakita.
11 kilometers away from where the drone was supposed to have been flown.
Ganun nga po kalayo yung sa area mismo at saka yung kinaroroonan ko na Tactical Command Post.
So kayo ngayon, kasi suspendido nga si General Purisima, kayo ang talagang namamahala nitong buong operasyon na ito, di ba? Pero isasubmit mo sa akin yung intelligence packet ninyo, yung pagpaplano ninyo bago pa man, sino po yung mga point person. Wala po bang nakikipag-ugnayan sa inyo na ibang mga foreign authorities na binibigyan kayo ng intelligence? Hindi naman masama dahil meron naman tayong cooperation, halimbawa.
Wala na po, Your Honor. Ang nagbigay ng tumutulong sa amin sa intelligence nito po, yung director ng intelligence na si Police Senior Superintendent Mendez, kasama yung kanyang assistant na si Police Superintendent Monsalve. Siya po yung laging kasama namin pag nagmi-mission planning doon sa Camp Bagong Diwa ng Bikutan, Your Honor.
Sige po, siguro mas tatanungin pa namin kayo ukol dyan sa mga susunod na mga katanungan. Yung susunod po na Senator Gingoana.
Madam Chair, Mr. Co-Chair,
Secretary Roxas.
Ay, Secretary Roxas. Yes.
Bago lang po malayo masyado doon sa pag-submit ng intelligence packet, kung mamarapatin po ng chairs at yung mga senador, consistent po dun sa nasabi din po ni Senadora Honasan. Bagaman ako mismo hindi ko nakikita yung intelligence packet na yan, pero maaari na may mga pangalan dyan at iba pang mga impormasyon na maselan. No? So, siguro kung maaari gumawa ng isang procedure na maproteksyonan either through redacting or through some mechanism na itong mga pangalan, tao, etc. ay maproteksyonan po. No?
Duly noted po. Kung ano po yung mga pwedeng isumite, pero siguro kung magre-redact, no, bigyan din ng option ng mga senador na tanungin kung ano ba yon. Maybe at least verbally malaman namin kung ano yung mga tinanggal na yon para mas maintindihan. Senator Gingoana.
General Katapang, did you work, as General Purisima said, ako nang bahala kay Katapang, when were you informed by General Purisima of the Mamasapano operations? And what was the nature of the information? Was it a suggestion?
We were informed during the actual operation, sir.
On the day itself?
Yes, sir.
And what was the nature of his information to you, sir?
Your Honor, I was being requested by General Purisima to also help them because the SAP troops were being harassed by enemy forces.
Were you under the impression that it was a suggestion, General Katapang?
No, Your Honor, it's a request that we have to look into in as much as we do not want our SAP forces to be beleaguered. That's why through General Guerrero, we already initiated the mechanism to ensure that the SAP forces will be extricated as soon as possible.
Thank you. Before my time runs out, I'd just like to point out here that parang both sides have questions, really, the government. On the larger picture, the government has violated the 1997 agreement where there should be prior coordination with the MILF with regards to anti-criminal activities in MILF areas. That was not followed. That would have been my next line of questioning. Why did they not follow the agreement? On the other side naman, the questions for the MILF really is why were there terrorists in their respective areas? But I guess my time has run out and I will reserve it for round 2. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gingona. Very quickly, I would like to ask Superintendent Napeñas, paano po ninyo nalaman na si Marwan ay nandun nga sa Mamasapano?
Based dun sa intelligence packet na ibinigay po sa aming...
So nabasa ninyo yung intelligence packet, mabilis lang po. Ito ba, ang impormasyon ba na ito ay binigay ng isang individual? Hindi nyo na kailangan sabihin kung sino. Individual na tiga roon o isang informer?
Madam Chair, hindi po ako involved dun sa intelligence portion nito. Tactical unit po yon. Ibinibigay sa tactical unit yung intelligence packet as to the verification kung nandun yung target o wala. Wala po sa tactical unit po yan. Trabaho po ng intelligence unit yun.
So yung sinasabi ninyo na nandun sa intelligence, nabanggit nyo yung pangalan, Mendez ba?
Yes, Your Honor. It was given by Police Senior Superintendent Mendez to Police Superintendent Train. Yes,
Dapat
Your Honor.
alam nila. Train knew about it. Siya yung sa intelligence?
No, Your Honor. Police Superintendent Train works with the PNP Special Action Force. Siya po yung intelligence officer namin doon sa Zamboanga. Siya po ang tumanggap doon sa intelligence packet na nanggaling kay Police Senior Superintendent Mendez.
Hihingin natin, siguro patatawag natin si Superintendent Mendez sapagkat ito ba'y in-inform ng isang individual? Dahil meron ng, di ba may mga binabanggit dito na reward money? Kasi gusto natin malaman, individual bang nagbigay nito? Kung lehitimo yung individual na yan? At pangalawa, kung hindi individual at hindi naman ang military natin ang nakakaalam o kayo, ito ba'y isang observer, foreign observer na nagbigay sa atin ng intelligence report na hindi din naman masama. There should be cooperation in order to find certain terrorists. But we would just like to know. Kasi ang pinapatong ng iba, baka naman mga informer lang, pero talagang wala namang informer. So, yun lamang po. Papatawag natin sa the Secretariat. Please take note. We will call General Mendez to be present in our next hearing. Now we will go to Senator Ejercito.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Superintendent Napeñas, kanina gusto ko lang ituloy yung concern ng ating chair, no? Yung tungkol sa funding. Ulitin lang natin, kanina nasabi nyo mga 100,000 lamang ang inyong ginastos. Well, siguro nabili na nga yung mga kagamitan, pero siguro sa ganito kalaking operasyon, alam naman natin na this would entail millions, no? Gusto ko lang malaman na Chief Superintendent Napeñas, ito ba talagang sinabi nyo ay nanggaling lang sa SAP funds? Wala ba?
Yours, Your Honor, ang sabi ko kanina, hindi bababa po sa 100,000 yung ginasto namin. In fact, yung mga previous operation umaabot ng 400,000 dahil mas matagal yung pag-stay ng tropa. Dito, sandali lang sila. Ito'y ginasto po namin doon sa pagkain at saka yung pagrerenta ng sasakyan, Your Honor.
Pero marami pang tulad ng pagpaplano, may mga intelligence work, no? Siyempre special equipment, hindi ba ito naisama doon sa pondong to? Wala ba kayong hiningi? Halimbawa, mula sa Anti-Terrorism Council, sa PNP Special Fund, wala po kayong kinuhang pondo ron?
Wala na po, Your Honor. Existing na po yung mga equipment. Most of the equipment that we use are existing already in around Bentory, Your Honor.
Gusto lang din natin malinawan, kanina nabanggit yun, nagkaroon kayo ng parang brief, no? Encounter kasama ang Pangulo sa PSG compound, kasama pa si General Purisima to update him doon sa mission. At nabanggit nyo rin kanina na although yung mismong Operation Day, yung D-Day, ay hindi nyo dinivulge, no? Yung detalye, ay nabanggit ninyo na-inform nyo rin ang AFP noong 2014 yata, no? Sometime in 2014, at ang iba pang opisyal tungkol sa inyong mission. So, again, ang sinasabi nyo ba yung para mawala yung leakage, para maiwasan ang leakage muli, ay ang sinasabi nyo ba na alam din po nila ng iba't ibang ahensya na nabanggit kanina yung mission na ito?
Itong mission na ito, alam ng AFP nung time on target na ininformahan namin. Yung pag-desisyon kung kailan yung actual day na igogo, Your Honor, meron kami yung tinatawag na window, yung 23 to 26 na window. In fact, hindi natuloy sa 23 yon dahil yung intelligence namin na nagkalat na ipinapadala namin dun sa lugar, maraming masyado yung activity ng MILF. That's why hindi tinuloy. Kaya naigo ito ng 24. Kaya yung exact date ng paggogo ng operation, Your Honor, is dependent on the situation in the ground. You cannot say na sa 23, igo mo yan. Hindi po eksakto. It may be on the 23, 24, 25, or the 26, Your Honor.
So, Chief Superintendent Napeñas, yung go signal mismo, no? Ito ay isa sa mga mainit na issue. Hindi nyo po inintay sa higher ups yan. Kayo na mismo ang nag-decide na itutuloy na yung Exodus.
Yes, Your Honor. Given the premise na sinabi ko nga, ang window na ipinadala is 23 to 26. At any time of those dates, ay pwede nang i-go ng isang commander on the ground, Your Honor.
Ang isa pang gusto nating matanong, Madam Chair, kasi parang lumalabas kanina yung medyo emotional ang inyong lalahad, no, ng ating OIC, Leonardo Espina, sa siyempre understandable dahil sa nangyari sa inyo pong mga tauhan. Ang lumalabas ba ay para bang ang sinasabi natin ay kung naka-suporta ka agad o nagpadala ka agad ng artillery support o iba pang support ang AFP, ay masasabi nyo bang may iwasan o may iba ang istorya?
Nakita po natin yung pagputok ng white phosphorus ng alas 5:48 ng hapon. At doon mismo, si Superintendent Train na makapagsasabi mismo kung anong naging reaksyon ng mga kalaban nung pagpatak yung tatlo na white phosphorus at that time. Sana po kung maimbita si Police Superintendent Train at siya mismo maglahad ng kanyang salaysay kung ano ang naging reaksyon ng mga umaatake sa kanila during that time, Your Honor.
Chief Superintendent Napeñas, ang lumalabas din kasi, ang sinabi ng AFP, una kulang kayo sa coordination. No? At may pagtingin din doon sa peace agreement. Ngunit doon din sa dalawang version, yung una, sa PNP, yung sa inyo pong report, ay kayo po ay nag-contact na, no, sa AFP, kay General Pangilinan yata. Ngunit hindi raw kayo nag-request ng reinforcements. Pero ayon naman doon sa ito yung Army, yung sa AFP version pala. Yung sa PNP version ay ang sinasabi nyo na pumunta si Police Superintendent Mangahis sa Mechanized Brigade, 1st Mechanized Brigade sa Maguindanao, sa Capitolio, Sheriff Aguac, to coordinate with Colonel Hener de Rosario, AFP Brigade Commander for Reinforcement. Superintendent Mangahis asked for indirect fire support. But the same was not granted due to the ongoing process. Kinukumpirma nyo ba ito? Ano po sa dalawa yung...
Nais kong sabihin, Your Honor, ang pumunta doon sa brigade ay hindi lang Superintendent Mangahis. Si mismong Deputy Director ng SAF, si Police Chief Superintendent Talinio, ang pumunta doon sa brigade. At nais kong basahin yung text message ko na pupunta kay Chief Superintendent Talinio habang nandoon siya. Ito po ay naganap ng mga bandang 7:53 in the morning ng petsa 25 ng January 2015. Ang sinabi ko sa text message ko, Noli, location of SAP troops, grid coordinate 68006, 65717, and 68234-65056. Nasa paligid ng first grid coordinate mga kalaban and tuloy pa rin heavy firefight. Baka pwede hingi artillery support. Sinagot ako ni Noli Talinio, ni Chief Superintendent Noli Talinio, Sir, as of now, nega daw muna artillery at baka may mga civis at mga bata. Nag-commit ng 6 armor at about 50 infantry. Nag-text din ako papunta kay General Espina at saka kay General Purisima. Ganon din ang contents niya. Sir, location of SAP troops, GC 68006, 65717, and 68234-65056. Nasa paligid ng first grid coordinate mga kalaban, intuloy pa rin heavy firefight na pin down tropa sa first grid coordinate at mayroong mga kawasaltis sila. Baka pwede hingi artillery support, sir.
Andito ba si sa Chief Superintendent Talinio? Can you please confirm yung inyong nang pangyayari? At yung inyong pagpunta at paghingi ng suporta sa brigade at sa army.
Yes, Your Honor, Madam Chair, I am Police Chief Superintendent Noli Talinio. Ako po yung Deputy Director ni Police Director Napeñas nung na-launch yung OPLAN na Exodus. At tama po yung sinabi ni Director Napeñas at around 7:30. Nauna si Superintendent Mangahis doon sa 1st Mechanized Brigade to request for reinforcement. And then, tinawagan niya ako sa cellphone. Sabi niya, Sir, baka gusto niyong makita yung reinforcement plan ng Mechanized Brigade. So, immediately, I went to the headquarters of the 1st Mechanized Brigade. Pagdating doon, si Colonel Hener Del Rosario, naabutan ko, nakikipag-usap kay Division Commander sa telepono. I overheard him saying, Sir, baka gusto niyang kausapin si General Talinio, sabi niya. Pero hindi na mama ko kinausap, hindi na sir ako kinausap. So immediately after that, sabi ko kay Colonel De Rosario, Hener, baka pwede kaming maghingi ng artillery support. Sabi niya, Sir, gusto kong ibigay sa inyo yun, pero as of now, hindi pumayag si Division Commander because of the peace process at may mga civilian, may mga bata, sabi niya. So, anong pwede mong ibigay sa amin? Sir, bibigyan ko kayo ng 6 na armored vehicles with infantry. And very quickly, in fairness to Colonel Del Rosario, na-organize naman yon yung 6 na tanke at saka mga infantry. Pasamahan nyo lang ng 10 tao saka yung guide para makapag-link up doon sa advanced command post ng PNP SAF doon sa area. So I directed Superintendent Mangahis to go with the reinforcement from the 1st Mechanized Brigade at nakapag-link up sila doon sa advanced command post. Yan po ang nangyari doon, Your Honor.
Ang isa pa kasi lumalabas going back na Madam Chair, dahil ang sabi rin, narinig ko si Chief of Staff Katapang, siyempre it would take time for them to organize kasi nga hindi nila alam ito, no? Dahil nga sa lack of coordination, dahil yung kanilang mga tao ay nakadeploy sa iba't ibang lugar. Pero ang sabi rin niya, minsan narinig ko rin, ayon sa report, there were about 300 sub-personnel already. Nandun lamang sa area. Na ito ba kasama sa inyo pong operation? Ano po ang papel nila? Sila po ay blocking force o talagang tagapag-secure lamang ng area para hindi magulo yung assault team?
Yung 300 na sobra pa, Your Honor, kasama po sila doon sa containment force, security pag-withdraw, and at the same time, blocking force dito sa kalsada. At nasa looban nga po sila na nakita natin doon sa ipresenta kanina ni Director Magalong sa screen, Your Honor.
Ano po ang rason na Chief Superintendent Napeñas, bakit hindi na ho sila nakapag saklolo o hindi na lang nabigyan na reinforcement yung napin down ng mga 84th ba yun o 55th yung inyo pong itong blocking force yun?
Habang sila ay papasok na sa kanilang lugar, yung 40 kasi yung 50 na uuna, na-engage na yung 50 na-engage na rin yung 40 Halos sabay-sabay sila na na-engage na at pinipilit ng 40 at saka 42nd, saka 41st na mag-forward. Pero dahil sa malakas na masyado yung volume of fire, hindi sila nakakapag-forward.
Chief Superintendent Napeñas, inaasahan ba natin na ganito karami yung volume of fire na ating makakasalubong, no? Kasi I understand, magkaroon din ako magkakataon nang madalaw namin yung mga wounded, no? Na talagang iba daw, overwhelming. Ang sinabi nilang termino, Madam Chair, it's overwhelming yung volume of fire that they were receiving from the MILF and BIF forces. At sophisticated din daw ang kanila pong makagamitan. Ito ba totoo?
Hindi natin po inaasahan na ganun kadali sa umagang yun, Your Honor, kasi yun naman, mga MILF, hindi naman sila nasa isang lugar na nasa kampo na yun, manggagaling sa iba't ibang lugar pa. However, totoo nga po yun na nangyari, na grabe yung volume of fire na nanggagaling sa lugar nila, yung pagkakataon na yun, Your Honor.
Just two more points, Madam Chair. Kay Chief of Staff General Katapang, tanungin ko lang no, kanina wala naman malinaw naman na wala naman daw order na stand down, no. Kumbaga it was your call or it was your officer's call to give the support to the beleaguered PNP staff personnel. So mga gaano katagal ho nyo na organize bago unang nakaayuda o nakatulong kaagad yung inyo pong sino yung pinakaunang tumulong sa inyo pong hanay?
Your Honor, nakareact po kaagad kami kasi nandun lang naman po yung mga tropa. Malapit lang yung 45th, tsaka yung Mechanized Brigade, tsaka yung 601st Brigade. Ang problema po kasi, pag humingi po kayo ng artillery fire, tatlo pong bagay ang kailangan natin na maklaro. Nasa ng kalaban, nasa ng tropa, at dapat merong forward observer. Para sa ganon, pag binaksak po yung bomba, alam natin ang tatamaan po yung mga kalaban. Kasi po, nagkaroon na rin po kami ng experience na alam na nga po namin kalaban, alam na rin po namin kung saan yung mga tropa, nagkaroon pa po ng friendly fire. So, hindi po kami kaagad makabigay ng artillery fire because of those circumstances, Your Honor.
Naalala ko rin kasi, General Katapang, in one of the earlier interviews nung nangyari tong incident, you said that you were parang, because of the peace process, the AFP cannot lend support outright. So, ito ba ay kinonsidera nyo? Considering that we have been in uniform already, embattled, and are already dying, in fact. No? So, paano po ang naging call nyo nun? Nung nalaman yung beleaguered na pin down, doon niya na siguro doon na kayo nagdesisyon na while there is an ongoing peace talks, kailangan tulungan pa rin natin. Ano po ang nangyari?
Your Honor, ang order po sa kanila is to extricate the beleaguered forces but not to engage the MILF. In as much as we have a peace process, we do not want to endanger these things because pag sinugod po natin yung MILF, they might think that we are back to war. So ayaw po nating mangyari yon dahil para pong sunog yan, baka kung hindi po natin na-manage, baka hanggang sa Lanao, buong Central Mindanao, nagkaroon na po tayo ng skirmishes with the MILF.
Ang balita rin po, pumasok na yung CCCH, no, yung Committee on Cessation of Hostilities. Mga oras po ito, mga 12:00 yata. Nag-call na po sila ng ceasefire, pero ang balita ay tuloy pa rin daw ng fire, no? Tuloy pa rin yung heavy volume of fire from the MILF doon sa ating mga beleaguered PNP SAF commandos. Would the AFP intel sa inyong pong report, nabaltaan nyo rin pa po ito? Natuloy-tuloy pa rin in spite of the call. Sige po, kayo po. General Galvez, kayo po yata representative.
Yes, Your Honor, Madam Chair. Sir,
Sumumpa na po ba kayo?
Yes, Your Honor. We have to understand the dynamics also and the social order ng lugar na yon. Dahil po kasi pagka talagang nagkaroon po ng mainitan ng gun battle, it's not so easy to separate them, especially pagka marami pong casualties on both sides. It has been the culture ng mga Muslim, hindi nila pwedeng iwanan yung mga patay nila. And then pagka once nagkaroon po ng ganoong enkwentro, talagang madugo po talaga yung enkwentro, which what happened to the fight.
Maraming salamat. Siguro last point, hindi ba na-consider, General Katapang, yung to send yung air support, no? Kasi alam nyo, sabi nga nila kapag sa enkwentro lamang yung nasa sa mas mataas na position, no, yung higher ground, di ba? Considering that the AFP is the only one that has those equipments, siguro persuasion flights, no, could have played a big role in that engagement. Siguradong makita lang, marinig yung mga helicopter at mga eroplano. Alam na nila may bomba yan, kahit na hindi nyo, so hindi nyo ba na-consider na paliparin yung mga air assets, no, to as a support for our beleaguered SAF personnel?
Madam Chairman, Your Honor, we cannot do that because, first of all, there was no request for air support. And then, of course, if we did provide air support, again, it will inflame the situation because the MILF might think that we are attacking them already. So, really, the most important thing was to set up the ceasefire mechanism at that point in time, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But just to conclude, no, for me personally, I think that this ongoing ceasefire or the standing truce because of the ongoing peace agreement was just being used by the MILF to strengthen their forces. Given the kind of weapons, Madam Chair, the volume of the artillery and the volume of ammunition that they had. So, I guess we just have to take note of that, no? That hopefully that the ongoing truce will not be used to fortify their and strengthen their ranks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ejercito. I would just like to, on the same note of what he was explaining about the other troops that are waiting outside, yung mga naiwan po sa SAF dun sa labas, na hindi po nakapasok dahil nga sa bigat nga ng laban din ng MILF. May nasaktan ba sa kanila? Yung mga naiwan sa labas?
Wala na pong na-wounded sa kanila, Your Honor.
Walang na-wounded. So, ibig sabihin, they didn't even try engaging?
Hindi po totoo yun, Your Honor, at pinagpupumilit nila na pumasok doon sa lugar kasama yung Division Recon Company ng Army. Yun lamang at sobra lang talaga yung volume ng fire at saka open field yung dadaanan. Kaya hindi sila makapasok doon sa lugar para tulungan yung 55th Company.
So wala din silang natamaan sa MILF o kung BIFF kung anong grupo?
Ay, hindi po natin masisiguro yung Honor kasi ang protection nila na pumuputok doon sa lugar ng MILF at saka BIFF, kadalasan na pumuputok yung armored personnel carrier ng Army at saka yung sa PNP SAF, Your Honor.
Siyempre, hindi naman tayo pwede magbilangan ng bala na ginamit, ano? Pero kinukuha ko lang po yung inyong salaysay na sinasabi nyo na kipaglaban na sinubukan nila, kaya lang talagang napakabigat. Siyempre, dapat naman iisipin din natin, naiwan natin yung mga kasamahan natin sa loob. Kaya ako tinatanong ito, meron ba nag-utos na mag-stand down? Number 1. Number 2, na-accomplish na ba yung mission? Kaya hindi na talaga 100% o hindi na talaga sumugal ng paglusob ang mga natitira pa. Kasi 300 yan eh. Kahit na papano, kung lumaban yan, merong mahahagip ng bala o merong masisira o masasaktan, parang wala namang report dun sa mga naiwan sa labas. Kaya hindi naman sa pagdududa sa kagitingan ng ating mga kapulisan, pero parang hindi talaga gumawa ng dapat nilang gawin para matulungan yung naiwan pa dun sa loob. Wala ba kayong video documentary niyan? Di ba sa gera, pag may mga World War, meron kumukuha? Kayo ba wala?
Wala pa kami video niyan, Your Honor, pero dinig na dinig ko yung command ng battalion commander na nandun sa advanced command post through the radio na inuutusan niya to move forward. Mag-base of fire yung isa, yung isang kumpanya mag-move. However, nagko-comply sa akin yung battalion commander na hindi talaga nila kayang pumasok dahil yung volume of fire na nanggagaling doon sa kalaban at yung open field na dadaanan ay hindi nila kayang pasukin.
Pero wala din kayo doon physically, di ba? You're about 11 kilometers away. How far were you?
Yes, Your Honor, I am 11 kilometers away. That's why sinasabi ko yung account at saka yung account ng battalion commander mismo na nagbibigay ng report at sa akin at nagbibigay ng utos doon sa tropa na nandoon sa ground.
Ano pong ginagamit niyo doon sa commander pag nakikipag-usap kayo? Telepono ba o meron kayong radyo? Anong ginagamit niyo?
Radyo po yung ginagamit nila doon sa ground, Your Honor.
So, normal talaga yon ng isang commander ay ikaw kasi yung overall, dyan sa operations na yan, na ganun talaga kalayo.
Opo, ganun po yun. Yung tactical command post, nasa malayo ng kaunti. Pero yung advanced command post, yun ang nasa immediate vicinity ng area of operation, Your Honor.
Sige po. Alam niyo po, kailangan na tayo magtapos sa araw na ito, pero meron pa po tayong pagdinig bukas. Ang mga nakadalo ngayon, hinihiling namin, pasensya na po, pero kailangan din kayo bumalik bukas sapagkat marami pa pong mga senador ang hindi nakakapagtanong. Senator Soto, may dadagdag po kayo?
Yes, Madam Chair. Is it necessary to have Secretary Roxas, Secretary Gaspin, and Secretary De Lima with us tomorrow?
I was discussing that with the Senate President, and yes, perhaps we can invite them back tomorrow. And for the record, yes, Senator Secretary Roxas.
Ma'am, we're happy to come back, ma'am, except that the Indonesian president is here. There are some talks, particularly dealing with terrorism, because we share a border with Indonesia. Can we will try and find out what time those bilats are, and then come here immediately before or after, if that is all right with the committee.
Of course, actually, Secretary, our hearing is from 10 to about 2:45, so in between those times,
yes,
will be sufficient. Just a recap of what we need. A request by Senator Alan Cayetano, a partial incident report from the MILF. And
Madam Chair, can we reiterate our invitation to the leadership of the MILF to be here and to be able to discuss this issue jointly with them? No? Mahirap na sa media tayo nagpapalitan ng statement sa kanila. Kung sincere din talaga sila sa peace, I think this would be a good venue for them, Madam Chair.
Yes, and in fact, this was also mentioned by the Senate President for Mr. Iqbal to please honor the mandate of the Senate and show his and be present here for the next hearing, or send a letter as to why he's not here. We also would like to subpoena the text messages between the PNP, SAF, and the AFP. This is a request by Senator Lauren Legarda. So perhaps if the telcos will submit, or you yourselves, before we actually get it from the different telco companies. We would like to invite again Police Chief Superintendent Noel de los Reyes, retired, Regional Commander of the PNP ARMM by Senator Escudero. And then we need the copies of warrants of arrest by the PNP. This is a request by Senator Soto. We need the intelligence packet, PNP, by Senator Honasan. The intelligence packet, if certain confidential information needs to be redacted, we will understand. We need the operation plan from the PNP. This is my request. And then we would like to invite the PNP SAF controller and in charge of disbursement for the funds for this operation. And then we would like to invite also Senior Superintendent Mendez, who apparently has given Chief Superintendent Napeñas the intelligence packet.
Madam Chair, I would
yes,
like
sir.
to remind the Chair that I wrote a letter to the Chairman in which I asked that we request the following documents from the PNP SAF. Copies of, as have been mentioned, specifically Wolverine, but also all the other OPLANs that have been shown in the all of the plans for the missions or operations against Marwan, the approval sheet of the operation, so that we know how the chain of command functioned, the intelligence package, the PNP SAF after operations report, and the communication net annex, which is this might fall under the classified, but as much as possible we request that they be provided. And we'd like to request also to issue the subpoena for the following personalities. This is in my letter: team leader of 84th Special Action Company, the assistant team leader of 84th Special Action Company, and PO2 Christopher Lalan, the sole survivor. That is, I would like to reiterate my request that I gave to the committee last week, Madam Chair.
Duly noted, Senator Marcos. Secretary Roxas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I wonder if Senator Marcos would consider instead of submitting the particular previous OPLANs, a briefing instead. This is the concern, if I may, Madam Chair. No? Even if these OPLANs were aborted or did not continue, the reasons for its non-continuance is important information to the hostiles. They will know what our limitations are, why these missions were aborted. So to make them a public record might be revealing both the strengths and weaknesses of these units that operate in this area. So we would be happy to give a briefing. We will arrange a briefing by the SAF. We do not know the specifics of this, but we can direct the SAF to give a specific briefing for each one of these OPLANs, being mindful that every time we explain why it did not happen, then we are revealing what our weaknesses are.
Madam Chair, I am talking about the PNP operations against Marwan, which were included in the PNP SAF report. And General Napeñas already mentioned that Oplan Wolverine 2 of March 2014 was aborted because the AFP withdrew support, fire support. Oplan Terminator of November 2014 was aborted because of equipment failure. Oplan Terminator 2 of December 2014 was aborted because they were engaged by the enemy before they were able to arrive at their target area. So the reasons for the those missions not being carried out have actually already been outlined by the police director Napeñas, but I fully agree with that we do not want to put anyone in peril. However, what my focus is not so much on the tactical side of it. What I am interested in is more on the command and control as to the evolution of these plans. And again, because that's why I'm asking for the approval sheet, is who signed off on these plans to make very, very clear at the go, no-go point who gave the go-go order. Those are and also this is in accordance with the coordination with the AJAP and the CCCH of both the MILF and the Republic. So I do not think that any of those are classified. I will be happy to have a briefing by any of the officers who are able to give that briefing. But as you can well imagine, my concern here is more about command and control and the coordination. Because we hear from the first response of the MILF after this was reported was that the SAF did not coordinate and the military did not coordinate with the MILF. And that we have to study that very, very closely. We are in the midst of hearings on the BBL, and the Bangsamoro Basic Law must contain all the safeguards so that we can guarantee that this does not happen again. The only way to know that is to find out, to ferret out what happened kaya't hindi nagkaroon ng coordination between the two sides, and that is what I am after, not so much the operational details. So the operational security is something that I understand very clearly. I do not want to cause any problems or to reveal any of our SOPs. In fact, today's hearing already made me very uncomfortable in that we were talking about details that we really should not, in my view, maybe we should not have talked about in public, but anyway, there it is. So I am mindful of that. But again, I wish that it is my request that these or perhaps to modify my request, hindi na lang siguro, there are 10 operations here that are outlined, perhaps Operation Exodus na lang, Oplan Exodus. Siguro yun na lang muna. Maybe we can start with that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Duly noted, Senator Marcos. I would just like to remind also our colleagues here in the Senate, if you feel that there's certain information that need not be divulged, please feel free to forewarn us ahead of time, and then we can deliberate on it. For tomorrow, our hearing starts again at 10 in the morning, and then the first senator to ask the question is Senator Drilon, followed by Senator Nancy Binay, but I think she deferred and gave her slot to Senator Honasan. I'm not sure if she'll still have the same mindset tomorrow, but Senator Marcos, Senator Recto, Aquino, Pimentel, Cayetano, Alan, Villar, Pia Cayetano, Senator Lauren Legarda, Senator Angara, Senator Osmeña, and then Senator Revilla. His questions will be read. So for now, we will call for a meet.
Madam
Senator
Chair,
Legarda.
Yes. Just to clarify, the request for the transcript of the conversations between Mr. General Purisima and General Napeñas will be contained in their cell. Just in the event that it has been deleted, we can request that from the telcos, and the NBI can conduct a forensic of this. That is so important because so many questions among our colleagues was whether it is an order, how it was, and another would be the communication between General Napeñas and General Katapang, or is it General Pangilinan, so that we will know the exact time and the manner in which the request was made for cover or for assistance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You need the text messages of which individuals? Can you mention again?
Purisima, Napeñas, Pangilinan, including Katapang. In fact, all texts and calls within the area of operation from 2 a.m. of January 25 to 11 p.m. of January 25. And the NBI can do a forensic authentication of those messages. Thank you.
Okay. Noted. Thank you. So for now, we will, our meeting is suspended till tomorrow at 10 a.m.